The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor, in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Can I ask members to ensure that any electronic devices are not placed in front of their microphones? May I remind members as well that in accordance with current safety guidelines, face masks are encouraged to be worn in the chamber unless speaking or unless you are medically exempt. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of their microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. In case of an emergency and any need to exit the building, guests seated in the public gallery should follow the security staff and Assembly members should follow the meeting clerk. Can I now ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence today from Assembly Member Garrett and Assembly Member Cooper, and participating virtually via the Zoom call is Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity since the last plenary meeting on the 26th of January? The Environment Committee held the first of two meetings to discuss the impact of air pollution in London, particularly on children, and assess the Mayor's current and future plans for tackling it. The Planning and Regeneration Committee examined issues surrounding community involvement in mayoral planning applications, including barriers to community engagement, resources and inclusivity. The GLA Oversight Committee explored the trends and issues arising from the GLA's latest workforce survey report, and the Police and Crime Committee met to examine the services available to victims in London and the support they receive, including the role and progress of London's first Victims Commissioner. The Economy Committee examined what action the government and the Mayor could take to improve access to apprenticeships, particularly for younger, more disadvantaged and ethnic minority groups. The Fire, Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee questioned the London Fire Commissioner on the progress and revised timeline of the Community Risk Management Plan, which set out the Brigade's strategy for the next 5 years. The Planning and Regeneration Committee discussed whether mayoral opportunity areas and housing zones are delivering the homes and jobs that London needs. And the Transport Committee explored the impact of further TfL funding delays on passengers and services. The GLA Oversight Committee also summons documents in relation to the costs of relocating City Hall. And the Health Committee responded to waiting lists and NHS backlog plans. As you can see, we've had a busy time. Can I ask the Assembly to note recommendations set out at item 2, and can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to items on today's agenda? You're all happy? Right, if we can now move on to the principal business of today, which is a question and answer session on the London Fire Brigade and resilience. Joining us here at City Hall, we have Andy Rowe, who's the London Fire Commissioner, and Dr. Fiona Twycross, Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience. Welcome to the meeting. There are 4 lead-off questions, and Assembly members may ask supplementary questions after each question has been answered. So just be clear on that. You can come in after those lead-off questions because there was some doubt about that earlier on. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like to answer an answer from when they put their question. And guests, we'd be very grateful for nice, succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions that we have for you. The first question is in the name of Assembly Member Clark. Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you so much, Chair. And good morning, everyone. Fiona, how are you seeking to transform the London Fire Brigade so that it is well equipped to deal with Londoners safe in the future? Sorry, to keep Londoners safe in the future.
Thank you, Assembly Member, and thank you for the welcome, Chair. The London Fire Brigade is an organisation that's going through an unprecedented level of change, and a huge amount has been achieved, and a large part of that is down to the commitment of the Commissioner and his senior management team. And I'm working very closely with the Commissioner and other senior leaders within the brigade, and I'm confident that this is now a very different organisation to the one that we saw before the Grenfell Tower fire. But I would stress to members that it is at an early stage of transformation and has a considerable way to go. The Community Risk Management Plan, which members of the Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee discussed last week, will frame the next stage of the change that the LFB will need to embrace to be the fire service both Londoners and LFB employees deserve. And I think one of the key ways that I've been working with the Commissioner on this is by ensuring that we've got assurance processes in place. So the change isn't just about the very vital new equipment, but about making sure that business processes are fit for the 21st century. And I hold the Commissioner to account and scrutinise the work of the Brigade on a regular basis, including at formal board meetings as well as at one-to-ones. And I'd say that one of the ways that we can tell that there is change happening is the recognition of past failures and the Commissioner's openness to challenge and his strong focus on improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. And over to you, Andy. And I didn't congratulate you the other day, but congratulations on your 20 years of long service. That's absolutely excellent. The London Fire Brigade Transformation Delivery Plan was published just over 2 years ago. Could you tell us what progress you are making on delivering on all the actions in this plan?
So the Transformation Delivery Plan obviously arose from the recommendations of the Grenfell Tower inquiry and then the subsequent 2019 inspection by Her Majesty's Inspectorate for Constabulary Fire and Rescue Services. Those 65 recommendations that arose really are manifesting total organisational change. So there's not one piece of the business that isn't subject to change, from our culture to our business systems that the Deputy Mayor has referred to new equipment, entirely changed operational policies and the training that supports them. There has been significant progress, but there is still, I think, a long way to go, because that scale of organisational change takes years, not months. In terms of our progress against the listed recommendations of the plan, we have completed 48 out of the 65 TDP improvement actions. And by the end of 2022, I think we will be better trained, clearer on the expectations that I expect of us and of our leaders in the LFB. I think we will have a clearer idea of the future direction of LFB. And I think most importantly, we will have got some way into the cultural change process, which I think will be at times difficult and will present difficult choices and difficult things to hear for the brigade. But we have started that as well in the form of the largest face-to-face leadership programme, of course, that we've ever seen in LFB, and the commissioning of an independent review of our culture led by Nazir Afzal.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And finally, you told the FREP committee in July 2021 that the purpose and vision of the Transformation Delivery Plan will form the foundation of the new Community Risk Management Plan. Is this still the case?
Yes, and I think we're in the process of taking what we've learned over the past 2 years about what Londoners actually want and need, the challenge of change, and then we're evolving that through both our interim plan, which we're close to completing now, into the full CRMP, guided by the very significant levels of engagement we've had with local communities to inform that.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I remind members when they want to intervene, it should be relevant to the question that's asked. Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Fiona and Andy. It's great to have you join us. it's sort of so important that you've both already mentioned sort of Grenfell, the tragedy, the kind of nightmare for many that's still a reality. The residents were still waiting for justice. So I think it's a pertinent, conversation to frame the rest of the discussion today about building safety. So I wanted to start off by asking you, Fiona, specifically, what fire safety measures have been introduced into the planning system and how are they improving safety for Londoners?
So, Chair, how does that fit with transforming the London Fire Brigade?
Yes, I would like you to put that in about transformation of the fire brigade.
And how can it help the London Fire Brigade keep Londoners safe?
In what sense in the planning process? Do you mean through the London Plan or through
the London Plan?
Okay, so I think that one of the things we need to make sure we do is to ensure that the built environment is as safe as it possibly can be. And to be honest, we're still seeing buildings put through the planning process that aren't really fit for purpose, that have issues with them, that the construction industry and the government are clear aren't necessarily the safest way. So, for example, there's been quite a lot of publicity lately on the use of single staircases, which I know the Commissioner may comment on further in terms of the intervention that the brigade made. I would say that a lot of the safety issues around planning and new buildings isn't something that the brigade is either solely responsible for. It's not a statutory consultee, although it does get consulted. And I think ideally that would change and people would make sure that the flaws in the built environment aren't continued ad infinitum, because it does put huge challenges in the way of the London Fire Brigade when it comes to responding to incidents. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if you did want to add anything, Commissioner, on the example that Fiona touched on.
The only thing I want to add is to be clear that whilst we are, in effect, the regulator, we audit the standard to which constructors and managers of buildings have either built in or maintained fire safety. I want to be really clear here. In a city which has 1,149 buildings that I do not consider to be safe enough for their residents, ultimately it is the responsibility of building owners and constructors and the managers of those buildings to ensure that they meet the demands of the existing legislation and the legislation that is yet to come. Because the reality, I'm afraid, is that in a city of 10 million people with a force of 5,000 operational staff, we will never be able to visit every building and be able to see under the skin of every building. And therefore, responsible, action in the construction industry driven by integrity rather than profit is what is required.
Yeah, I'm going to stop. Yeah, we're clearly not talking about transformation here, and I would ask the Assembly member, there's plenty of opportunities to ask those questions later on. Can we just have questions about the transformation of the fire brigade rather than border areas? Otherwise, it's going to be a mess. So, Assembly member Moema, was it? I do apologise.
Chair, I'm happy to come in with my follow-ups later if that's all right then.
Of course, but let's try and get some order. So relevant to that transformation of the London Fire Brigade, Assembly Member Duval, did you indicate that you wanted to come in at that point?
Chair, I'd indicated much earlier.
You had. I do apologise. If it's about this, about transformation, Assembly Member
Slightly
Duval.
different issue. Yep. Thank you very much, Chair. Look, in terms of the challenges faced by the Fire Brigade in the future, severe weather is having an impact. And in terms of flooding in particular, does the LFB have the equipment it needs at the right level of resource to respond to flooding in London now and in the future?
Chair, sorry to interrupt. Is this not clearly a question about adaptation, which is coming as the second lead-off question?
Chair, I wasn't aware of that. When this question was I wasn't aware of their questions. I've not taken that into account.
Should we do this? I apologise to our guests.
This is not coming off my time, is it, that intervention, Chair?
No.
Thank you.
Look, we have 4 questions. They have specific areas that they're talking about. If you want to contribute to those, please stick to the relevance of those questions. there is going to be plenty of time after those 4 questions have been asked for members to come in whatever way they want. But please stick to the transformation. And then if you want to talk about...
Sorry, Chair. I thought I was sticking to the question. We've had an intervention from a member who's objecting because he feels it's cutting across the question later on.
Yes.
I think there are different questions. Mine is about planning for the future and about the equipment that they have or don't have in terms of the issues around that and about the transformation they need to do to make sure they're match fit.
I'd say Assembly members literally defining adaptation there.
Yeah. We could have an argument about the order all day long. Assembly Member Duval,
both questions
please
together
continue. Assembly Member Duval, please continue.
Thank you very much.
Just
if you
try not to step on the toes of the next
my question.
So I've got the questions in front of me, and I'll be able to provide a wider answer against Assembly Member Polanski's question. In specific relation to flood, every single London firefighter is already trained to respond to flooding incidents. You know, every single station holds throw lines and personal flotation devices. We have 10 specialist water rescue stations, so specialist responders who are trained and actually have been sent out of area to larger area flooding in other parts of the country due to their specialisms. So I think we're well equipped to deal with the threat. What would help would be if government were to make the response to flooding a statutory responsibility of fire and rescue services, so to take part of the responsibilities currently held by the Department for the Environment and give them to fire and rescue services for that element of an incident response, with some of the funding to support it, because currently that specific role, which is implicit within the Fire and Rescue Services Act but not referenced clearly enough, is not funded directly through government. So that would help in terms of maintaining, I think, the excellent provision we have for the future.
And in terms of meeting those challenges in the future, in terms of particularly about the fluvial flooding, the river flooding issues, that's a degree of coordination. It's not really your call. You need to be prepared for that and have done risk assessments for that. So what are you calling on other agencies to be doing, or what, you know, in terms of the discussion? Can you just share some of that with the Assembly about those conversations that you've been having?
So we've worked for many years in partnership with all the other agencies that might respond in some way to flooding or major scale flooding. So, for example, the floods we had last year are a good example of working in partnership. Obviously, we host and facilitate the London Resilience Group on behalf of London and Londoners. And through that partnership, we speak to everyone from the Environment Agency to local authorities to policing in terms of the response to flood. And there is a very good shared understanding of the flood risk in London across the agencies. That's my experience, and I think that was demonstrated in what was an effective multi-agency response to some very serious flooding, for example, in July last year.
And in that multi-agency response, can you tell us about where we are in one of the key issues in facing up to challenges and the role of the LFB, because I would have thought around security as well as that, is the Thames Barrier project. So in resilience, the emergency resilience work that you do on behalf of the GLA group around that, where are we on the replacement of the Thames Barrier?
I think I'd have to go back to the London Resilience Group for the detail of that. I don't know whether the Deputy Mayor in her role is able to give any greater detail.
It's some time since I've had a briefing on the replacement. That sits with Shirley Rodriguez from a GLA perspective, but we could get some more information for you.
I'd be very grateful for that if you could share it with other members of the Assembly. But am I right in thinking, in terms of your risk assessment you've done in August 2021, that you said the scale and intensity of the extreme weather events is that this issue isn't going away, it's getting bigger, therefore it's going to have a bigger impact on the work that you do in the future?
Yes, is the short answer. So both in terms of surface water flooding, fluvial flooding, groundwater flooding, all three phenomenons are likely to have a greater impact on London in the future due to climate change.
Thank you very much.
Again, on the transformation of the London Fire Brigade, Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair. I will do my best. So I'm really pleased to see the work that the Fire Brigade does with local authorities and civil servants. I've seen your work helping Hackney identify buildings at risk and to put in place those mitigations. So obviously the the Grenfell incident had a huge impact and has really changed the way in which the fire brigade has had to work. I just wonder that following Michael Gove's statement on building safety and remediation and around levelling up, how you think that relationship will change and how it will impact your work. Obviously, there will be a lot more in the future, a lot more calls on your time, and that was taking you away from other really, really important work. And if I could put that to the Commissioner Rowe, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I met with Michael Gove just prior to Christmas, along with Mark Hardingham, the Chair of the National Fire Chiefs Council. I'd say it's a very positive meeting. I think some of what you've seen in the public, in the public space now is as a result of that meeting. And to give credit to the government, they have provided ring-fence funding to address those issues. So we've received direct grant funding to enable us, for example, to look at all 8,500 high-rise buildings in London above 18 metres. I anticipate us going out to look at a significant percentage of what we would call medium-rise buildings, where there's also a risk between 11 to 18 metres. And we're currently discussing with central government what the Secretary of State's kind of public announcements mean and the likely level of funding we would receive, because we will need additional funding to go out and look at those buildings. There is an acknowledgement of that in government, and I welcome their support.
I don't know if you had any comments, Fiona.
You mentioned the Levelling Up white paper, and I think none of the 12 missions addressed building safety concerns, and I think that's a missed opportunity from a department that's responsible for building safety, including fire safety. So I think we would be keen to see additional input on making sure that building safety runs through all legislation that's coming out in relevant areas, and whether this is additional funding to pay for the additional services the LFB will be expected to provide, or for the government to do more in terms of addressing the severe skills shortage in the area of building and fire safety. I think it would be helpful if we could have more of that in all relevant legislation. Thank you.
Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. My question is to you, Deputy Mayor. My lead-off question. Deputy Mayor, how do you anticipate the refresh review by Lord Harris into London's preparedness for a terrorist attack and how, in terms of impact upon the work of the Fire Brigade?
I think it's the Lord Harris review is obviously not been published yet, so I think it would be premature of me to comment on what might or might not be in its contents. What I would say is about the first Toby Harris review was that it really did set a very high watermark for how we should prepare absolutely best across all relevant agencies to address the ever threat that we have to deal with of terror. So the Commissioner may have more comments, but I would anticipate that he's not keen to comment on what may or may not come through a review that's not yet been published. We'd be happy to come back and talk about it another time. Thank you.
Commissioner, I mean, I'd welcome your observations. Obviously, we don't want to preempt the refresh review by Lord Harris, and I, in fact, spoke to Lord Harris in September 2016 when he was preparing his first report. But, I mean, I think your thoughts at this stage would be useful. I
think the best way to answer this question is to talk about our own assessment of risk in London, which is based on very close partnership work with specialist counter-terror policing and colleagues in the security services and the Metropolitan Police. That assessment has told us that we think we need every single firefighter in London to be trained and equipped with specialist PPE to respond in the quickest time to the highest threat terrorist incidents. We are waiting currently the results of a ballot undertaken by the Fire Brigades Union to canvass their members as to a proposition we put to them around a skills payment to provide that service. I think that formal result is imminent shortly. On the basis of what I hope will be a positive result in the ballot, I expect every single London firefighter to be trained to what is currently seen as a specialist level of response in London. So by the time we return to the plenary, perhaps next year, I would expect every London firefighter to be effectively delivering a response that currently in the rest of the country and in London currently is just carried out by specialist teams, because that meets our assessment of risk carried out with the Metropolitan Police directly and speaks directly to the recommendations made in the first Harris Review.
So just looking back, and I think you've touched upon this already, but I'll still put it to you. There was a 2020 review, Commissioner, into specialist operations, which included a few recommendations and findings of concern, that there needed to be changes made so that all LFB firefighters have a level of capacity to assist with terror-related incidents. Now that the restructuring of the Special Operations Unit has taken place and has been in place for almost a year, so can you confirm whether all of London Fire Brigade's firefighters are now able to adequately respond to terror attacks? And are you confident your fleet is fully equipped to properly deal with all types of terror incidents?
It's why we're making the improvements I've just laid out. So I believe that all London firefighters should be carrying specialist ballistic protection on every single frontline fire engine. We are not in that position currently, although all firefighters are trained to respond to terrorist incidents, and of course we have a long history of doing so, with colleagues sometimes putting themselves at greater risk than I am comfortable with. Our specialist team has responded repeatedly to the most difficult and complex terrorist incidents that the UK has experienced. But I want to see a wider counter-terror coverage, which is why we have negotiated with the Fire Brigades Union, why the ballot has occurred, and why we have a training plan that will deliver over the next year, along with procurement of equipment to deliver the response laid out in the first Harris Review.
And a final question to you, Deputy Mayor, if you could be very brief in answer. The 2020, the Internal Review into Fire Brigade Special Operations Group stated it does not have a department for these operations comparable to international cities such as Paris. Is this a concern? And do you feel this is something that the Harris Review should pick up in its recommendations?
I think I'd like to wait for the Harris Review. I think a lot of people have put into it, but I think I hope that the Assembly is reassured by the Commissioner that actually the changes that will hopefully come in place following the ballot of the FBU's, the FBU ballot of its members in London will be groundbreaking in the approach that would allow London to take towards firefighters' involvement in terror attacks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, this question is to you. It's about the collaboration of the London Fire Brigade with the other blue light services. And I want to congratulate you particularly on how you supported the London Ambulance Service in the pandemic. So with the London Fire Brigade stepping up to meet the London Ambulance Service, responding to the extreme weather events and dealing with the building safety crisis, despite the fact having lost 1,100 officers since 2010, how has this impacted on your day-to-day operations at the London Fire Service?
I think we're able to collaborate effectively to provide support into the London Ambulance Service going forward in a similar way, but probably in a different structure. We are certainly having to manage a greater demand on our services than we've seen in years historic. I believe the London Fire Brigade is the right size for London, and that we can still increase our productivity in some areas, actually. But what I wouldn't want to see, and I would like to place on the record, and I have done elsewhere, is a smaller operational force. I think we're at the size we need to be to serve the city we do.
Thank you for that. But in the last wave of the Omicron variant, we saw 55 engines taken out of action on Christmas Day due to staff shortages. What lesson has the Fire Brigade learned from that, taken forward when you meet challenging situations in the future?
Actually, we've learned a number of lessons from that. One, it's that our degradation approach works, because what we did is we focused on core activity, effectively response. That meant we maintained the best attendance times in the country, as we always have. So that's 6 minutes for the first appliance, 8 minutes for the second appliance. That didn't stop at all, despite the challenges of that period. We were broadly reflective of the other emergency services in terms of absence levels, because of the challenge that the COVID pandemic brought upon us. But despite that, through good planning, good use of data, we were able to demonstrate we were resilient enough to maintain that response service to London.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Commissioner, with the extra work coming your way, and particularly with property safety, what would the ideal government funding settlement look like from your point of view?
So I won't be able to give you an exact figure now around some of the additional funding I think we need, because we are actually working with central government to try and arrive at a figure around that, because my interest is really in specialist fire safety inspecting staff. There's a great challenge both in terms of recruitment of available skilled personnel in the sector, but also in terms of numbers. So if we go to look at medium-rise buildings, even if we only do, say, 10%, 20% of those buildings, there are, by conservative estimates, approximately 95,000 medium-rise buildings in London. So that's a very significant labour force we're going to need to employ, maybe a couple of hundred additional people, but they will need to be specialist fire safety inspecting officers. So that's the area I'm particularly interested in, and we are already talking to colleagues in DLUC about how we might achieve that if the Secretary of State's ambition is to be met.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Assembly Member... I beg your pardon. Assembly Member Duval, you wanted to come back? No? Assembly Member Hirani. Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Yeah, I did. Why? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. First question to the Commissioner. Since the first London Safety Plan was published in 2004, the number of incidents that the LFB responds to, including fires, has fallen. In terms of transformation and the changes that's had on the brigade itself, and the way it works, how do you see the number and types of incidents changing in the coming years, and how will it affect the way that the LFB responds and is staffed?
So that's an excellent question, but one that I would not be able to answer succinctly, because London is one of the most complex operating environments in the world. So if I give you some broad headlines, I think the threat from terrorist incidents is significant and continuing. It's why we aim to radically alter our response there. I think the pressures that will come with climate change are going to be significant and potentially difficult to deal with. We saw some very large surge events last year. We will have to think about how we respond to those moving forward in the future. The building safety crisis is evident in our city. We have 8,500 out of the 12,000 residential high-rises in the UK above 18 metres. Inspecting and auditing those is a significant burden on the brigade. And of course, I think it's important to remember that my service, although it is predicated on response and advice, needs to train our people properly to do that. So I think a greater burden in some ways is recognising the lessons that have fallen, if we are to talk of transformation, from the inquiry and inspection, and show us that we need to hold more of our people back more of the time to train effectively to deliver a really good response into what is a more increasingly complex and risk-diverse environment.
Just a really important, I think, that you mentioned the preventative work that the brigade do, because I think one of the things that we've seen over the last 2 years, especially after Grenfell Tower, is that there's a lot of focus on high-rise buildings and medium-rise buildings as well. But one of the things I'm concerned about is privately owned flats, blocks of flats and mansion blocks, where perhaps sometimes some of the standards are not great when you start to look at not just fire safety, issues around fly tipping as well. It's just generally poorly managed blocks with lack of investment. How important is the preventative work the brigade is doing in keeping Londoners safe? And how do you see this progressing, and which areas do you further see developing over the next 5 years?
So you can't separate out the importance of prevention, which is obviously advice proactively into communities about how they keep themselves safe. Protection, which is really our regulatory role. What we call protection is really about, the harder edge of advice, where we can identify deficiencies and drive improvement. And then obviously response, which really is the end result of prevention and protection not having been effective enough. That's what response is. I wouldn't separate either one out in terms of priority. You have to do all three with equal energy to ensure London and Londoners are safe. We draw no demarcation between private and social housing. So we will demarcate it by size and use of building. So we look equally at private residences as much as we do, public housing. We've taken a completely different approach, if we want to go back to transformation, to how we engage with communities. Grenfell taught us some hard lessons about how, parts of London perceived us and understood us, that we can no longer rely on the fact that we've historically always been the good guys, I'm afraid. So we set up a sort of experienced and professional community engagement team. We've been piloting across 9 boroughs, but we will roll it out this year across the rest of them, a completely different approach to community engagement that we've used post-complex fires like New Providence Wharf, where we seek to ask the questions of communities perhaps we didn't want to in the past, and then reflect on the answers they give us and drive our prevention and protection activity from that.
Thank you. Thank you. No further questions from me.
Thank you. Assembly Member Duval.
Lack of my earlier intervention. The London Fire Brigade is currently using its reserves in terms of balancing its budgets. That can't be a good thing, and I know it's not for the long term, but you have to do it and why you have to do it. But does it not put additional pressures on you and your transformational process and work to deliver the better services that Londoners need?
Yeah, I think that's a fair challenge, Assembly Member Duval. So I'm not comfortable with our use of reserves. So whilst I accept, that we've balanced the budget for the year coming and for the year after, we of course have an £8 million budget gap in 23-24, where we could, because we're allowed to use our budget flexibility reserve to plug that gap. I do not anticipate us doing that. That is not good planning, because the budget flexibility reserve should be for those pressures that are likely to come in the course of transformation, an evolving journey. So I anticipate closing that gap through efficiencies, through the use of a new finance and investment board led by our Director of Corporate Services to really drive that money out of the organisation, because I think that's a better use of London taxpayers' money.
And isn't part of the reason why you're being forced into reserves, one element of, in terms of, impacting on your transformational changes, is the pension costs that you're facing in your finances? Is that...
That's not factored into our additional budget at the moment, because that's on a scale where we are in direct conversation with government now. I'm just written once again to our colleagues in the Home Office and the Treasury to explain that at the moment I face potentially £100 million unfunded pension burden that, if I do not have the funding in, will have an impact on London's ability, London Fire Brigade's ability to provide a fire service to Londoners. I don't see that there is any other choice other than for central government to provide the funding to remedy what was, in the end, an error on the part of the Treasury that was then exposed in a consequent legal action.
Now, of course, my question to Fiona Twycross then is, clearly there is a government strategy at the moment. I'm not quite clear what it could be, but it's do nothing and see where this all ends to, and we end up having we end up paying later in one form or another, either with cuts or some other issues, or what? What do you think the government strategy is that has an impact in terms of the changes you're trying to make to the finance services in funding the services that you need to provide?
Do you mean in relation to the pension costs?
Pension costs and, generally about some of the financing of, if we can't get the financing right, how do we change the service? It seems to me that's a basic building block of change, isn't it? You need stability. Yeah. You need stability to make further changes to the way the service operates.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to see some fire reform coming through potentially in the next week or so, which we understand will look at how you further professionalise and modernise the service. That isn't a cost-neutral exercise, so we would expect government to meet any costs required for the purposes of bringing the fire sector. And I think the issues on transformation that the Commissioner and I have already spoken to aren't unique to London, and I think it's really important to focus on the fact that actually the whole sector needs modernisation. And if we're looking on a sort of smaller scale in London to do that in the cost of transformation and the sort of invest to invest to save and the invest to modernise and make the best service, then we really do need a multi-year settlement in order to allow that to happen. We can't just sort of limp from year to year sort of without having longer-term planning. But hopefully that will come through as part of the forthcoming fire reform. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker.
Good morning. My questions are to the Commissioner. They are about the implementation and consultation of the Community Risk Management Plan. So the Community Risk Management Plan is replacing the London Safety Plan, as we all know, which was approved in March 2017 and was due to expire in March 2021.
Excuse me, Assembly Member. Is this about the transformation of...
Is it, well, surely if it's about the new plan coming in, that is transforming? Surely. Surely.
Okay.
It's a whole new plan coming in, and it's a question
all right. So
I think you might be being a little bit over-enthusiastic there.
It's the format that groups have chosen, but it is a little more complex than usual, but carry on. Okay.
Yeah. I do apologise for not inserting the word transformation unnecessarily into the question, yes. But I thought I was pretty safe on this one. So, have there been any impacts on the safety of Londoners as a result of the delay to the Community Risk Management Plan?
Absolutely not, because as you've already heard, we when I took over in January 2020, I was given 30 days by the Home Secretary and the Mayor, quite rightly, to come up with a transformation delivery plan, which has evolved since then. That has not stood still. That's an organic document. So we've always had a plan for change, which we are still working through. You've heard 48 of 65 recommendations completed. The CRMP, as it is envisaged, which is a completely different approach, driven from that consultation with the community, always requires, in the format we are constructing it, a yearly plan. We are now evolving the TDP into an interim yearly plan that we will have ready for the forthcoming financial year, that will articulate clearly to Londoners the continued journey of change we were on, and in the end will inform the final evolution of the CRMP.
Thank you. I want to ask specifically about the consultation. At last week's FREP committee, you said you'd received 800 detailed written responses to the Community Risk Management Plan consultation, and that because of that level of engagement, then you felt another round of consultation was required, and that you probably should have anticipated that before. But given that ended quite some time ago, why did it take so long for either that decision to be made or for the committee to be informed of this?
I don't want to give the committee excuses. I don't think that was a decision that was easy to come to ask for the extension. I think it's part of the brigade grappling with a different approach to CRMP, and we simply hadn't anticipated it early enough. I'm not going to make something up. I think we should have given the relevant committees sight of that necessary decision earlier. I think we should have anticipated that decision earlier, and I regret the fact that I've had to bring to both the Mayor and Deputy Mayor the request for that extension, and of course I've had to present myself to the committee to explain it. I don't think I can do anything other than apologise, because I think, unfortunately, it distracts from what has otherwise been a very comprehensive piece of work driven from that level of consultation with communities. We should have seen it sooner, and we should have asked for that extension sooner.
So what has been learned in terms of either the consultation or, what's been learned about how that consultation was done and what you might do differently in a further round of consultation so that you get the engagement right?
Well, what we have learned, and I know this sounds very obvious, is that face-to-face engagement is most important, because the richest information came from, a very large number of community focus groups, speaking to individual stakeholders, both in the Grenfell community and in the high-rise community, as really pertinent examples, and that we needed to look better at how we engage with people digitally, because we had a lot of initial interest, so close to 5,000 or just over 5,000 in terms of the initial engagement with the process digitally, much higher numbers than we'd have even in far more contentious LSPs before. But people didn't follow through completely through that digital engagement. So we've gone back to look at how we reach back out directly to those 5,000 people who obviously had a real interest, because they got quite a long way through the kind of process of engaging, how we make it more relevant for them, and how we build on what we'd already done well in terms of face-to-face community engagement. And we have a very detailed programme of future engagement that I'll be happy to share in written form if that would help.
I think that would be really useful. Thank you. No, that's really helpful.
And apologies to the Assembly member, it was relevant to the question, so apologies for that. Assembly member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. My questions will be about diversity and inclusion within the transformation plan. Deputy Mayor, one of the action points from the LFB Transformation Delivery Plan was to implement a diversity and inclusion plan, which has been named the Togetherness Strategy, which incidentally is a name that I very much approve of. What progress are you making on delivering all the goals in this strategy?
Thank you, Assembly Member. I think the rollout of the Togetherness Strategy is vital in terms of the transformation, the type of workforce cohesion, that people feel that they can bring their own self to work and so forth. I think that it's included a number of initiatives which are aimed at improving diversity and provide better mental health support. What we can't do, though, is take it away from the other work that's happening in terms of the culture review. And I was pleased when I met the chair of the Independent Culture Review earlier in the week to hear that actually he's going to look not just at what needs improving, but actually what is positive about the LFB culture. So I think it's a step in the right direction. We are sort of looking at making sure that issues are addressed as they go through, that everybody has the support they need. There's actual financial support and a lot of leadership support for the staff support groups. But I think that it's a step in the right direction rather than a completed process yet. And like a lot of the other parts of transformation, it's a first step rather than the completed journey.
Thank you. Commissioner, what effect has the Togetherness Strategy had on the level of diversity in the LFB, especially on the rates of retention and promotion and further learning to improve the recruitment of female firefighters, bearing in mind that the rates of women recruitment dropped in 2020?
So obviously we had a recruitment freeze due to the COVID pandemic and the financial pressures brought to bear on the brigade, which understandably has impacted all recruitment numbers. We're starting recruitment again. I'm grateful that we've been able to work with colleagues in the GLA to enable that. It's important to us. And if we look at historic recruitment rounds prior to 2020, where and into the front end of 2020, we had been remarkably successful in diversifying our workforce, and I'm happy to write to you with those figures in the detail. In terms of the Togetherness Strategy itself, I mean, I think I'd like to remind the plenary that when I took over in January 2020, we didn't have a strategy for people, we didn't have a cultural change, a formally instituted cultural change team. I didn't have the right experts in leadership positions to even write a strategy. So since then, we have both a strategy, a delivery programme. We are delivering, for example, the largest face-to-face leadership programme the brigade's seen. We are delivering, a series of cultural workshops and interventions, and these aren't a one-hit programme. I don't anticipate them ever stopping, because I think in culture, you've effectively always got to be in the space because your workforce is always changing. London is always changing. So I think, like the Deputy Mayor has said, we are at the start of a journey. I think the changing of culture is particularly difficult, and there will be difficult questions for us to answer and consider, particularly when the independent chair of the Culture Review reports. But I'm sure now that we have the specialist teams and delivery mechanisms in place to respond to that, and we have made a good start in delivering real change. But that will take time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry, I'm on the clock. Sorry to cut you off. Deputy Mayor, very briefly, in November 2021, Nazir Afzal was appointed as chair of the Independent Review into Culture of the LFB. How are you working with him to deliver a change at the LFB?
So I think it's important to stress that it is going to be independent. So I'm going to get monthly reports from Nazir Afzal, and I had my first face-to-face meeting with him this week. I think my main question to him was whether he had the resources that would enable him to do the work effectively, and I was pleased to hear that the that was all getting in place. So I would say that as part of his appointment, we did make it clear that he should expect to be interfacing with the Assembly. So I'd encourage the Assembly to do that through maybe through the FREP committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now go on to our second lead-off question on climate adaptation and the London Fire Brigade. All questions relevant to that will be welcome immediately afterwards. And it's in the name of Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you very much, Chair. London Fire Commissioner, how is the London Fire Brigade adapting to the needs of our climate emergency, and how are they prioritising that?
So obviously we've given some part of this answer in respect to flooding, but I think it's worth considering the very real impact it's already having. So climate change is quite simply giving rise to more extreme weather events. So whether hot, dry summers, so I think we had close to 4,000 grass fires last year inside the London M25 area. That's more than any other service area in the country. Those fires in themselves can have a very profound impact on local communities and the health of local communities. That's one example. If we think about flooding specifically, July 21, over a 4-hour period, we received 1,755 calls related to flash flooding and actually attended 1,430 incidents as a result, a number of which were life-threatening. So climate change is real and is already having an impact. We've already talked in detail about flooding, recognising the time pressures within the plenary. We're also doing other things. So our assessment of risk has been updated to take a far greater account of future risks and where they might develop. We recognise that climate change it can impact the safety of our citizens in different ways. So, for example, where there's going to be pressure in other parts of the world more significantly around climate, what does that do to our security? What does that do to the counter-terror threat, to the movement of people, the pressure it brings on London? We have introduced a zero-emission pumping appliance project, which is the first of 3 projects under the Brigade's ultra-low emission fleet programme, because we can see that we will have to move to a zero-emissions fleet at some point, and we're working closely with colleagues in the GLA to think about how we provide the infrastructure to that and how that work will support the Mayor's strategy to make London a zero-carbon city by 2050. I mean, just as a niche thing, we understand also how we present ourselves and communicate is important so that we take a lead role in London. So I'm really pleased to confirm that LFB has been accepted as part of this year's Chelsea Flower Show in May, where actually we're going to be showing how gardens can be designed to mitigate the risk of flooding. Because actually surface water flooding is a very real threat in London. The extent to which people have tarmacked their drives, I know it sounds like a small thing, but you do that in aggregation across millions of properties, that is one of the reasons we saw such terrible flash flooding. So it's how you can make your front gardens and your back gardens a more climate-friendly place. In effect, we have a sustainable development strategy covering from 2016 to 22, which brings together emerging issues with existing strategies and activities across the brigade. It supports the wider sustainability agenda under one strategic approach.
Thank you, Commissioner. And it's really good to hear that this is obviously a priority for you, and you know, that's all really good stuff. When I asked the Mayor about this last month, he said that the LFB will have to change, the demands on it will change because of the changing climate, and that's very much echoed in what you just said. Now, the volume of calls that you got, over 1,000 a day last year on particular days, what kind of extra demands does that put on the fire brigade, that sheer volume?
Well, I mean, it was actually over a 4-hour period, nearly 2,000 calls, so it's extraordinary. That is the busiest call period we've had, really, in recorded history. So if that's a taste of what's to come, and we've seen very significant flooding, not just in London, but in other parts of the UK year on year, then we've had to think about our resilience in the control room, how we share that burden across other control rooms. We will, at some point, I think, need to continue to lobby government, as we do currently around the statutory duty for flooding, for example, and also build a recognition of climate change into national reform and the framework that supports fire services nationally. To be fair, colleagues in central government are engaged with this and thinking about where that might take the fire service nationally.
Thank you. Now, Fiona, turning to you and looking particularly at resilience. Last week at Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee, I asked the Commissioner about the fact that traditionally fire brigades, in most of the public's mind, have gone and put water to fires. Now they're having to learn to take out, water out. And the Commissioner said to me that he believes that the skills are there in the fire brigade already because they've been doing this for a long time. Looking more broadly than flooding, so we had the grass fires at Wanstead Flats, and of course we've got the surface water flooding as well. What skills or gaps do you think London might have in making sure we're resilient to the changing climate?
I think one of the things I do in my capacity as chair of the London Resilience Forum is ensure that all the relevant plans are in place and every single we meet. The London Resilience Forum meets 3 times a year, but there's a lot of work that goes on in between where members will work together to look at what resources are needed. That's not necessarily going to just be one agency. So that exercising and the working through the strategy is really important. What I would say is that at the moment there's no shortage of exercising in real time. So, for example, the fires that the brigade had to deal with at Wanstead Flats got a lot of publicity, but last year there were also quite high levels of wildfires that the brigade had to deal with. So I think it would be worth you sort of doing a specific session or meeting people relevant at the brigade to talk that through. The other way that the brigade ensures that they have the experience is by going and helping in other areas of the country and actually other areas of the world. So last year I was really proud to hear about the work that the London Fire Brigade did going to Greece to help with the wildfires in Greece. But I think wildfires sound like there's something that happens elsewhere, but actually they're an annual event here in London, as are the floods now. And I think that the making sure that those plans are in place and they're exercised and that reviews take place is one of the key ways that we can make sure that London is ready for the next event. And with my colleague Shirley Rodriguez, we've held a number of round tables which effectively formed a working group. The first one was led by the Mayor, and then Shirley and I have sort of carried on throughout the year, where actually partners have really looked at how we get under the issues that come up through surface water flooding and making sure that this year people have worked through quite a lot of those issues in advance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Can I also ask, at these roundtables, has there been a discussion if there was a chain of events? So, for instance, if there was a wildfire and flooding at the same time or within very close proximity of each other?
Not specifically, but the London Resilience Group do look at cascading events, and we do a lot of work around concurrency. We've had to deal with a lot of concurrent events, not least sort of we had COVID and Brexit and so forth, and then you get sort of other flooding events in the middle of it. So the partnership is very experienced in managing and the stresses and strains of managing concurrent events, and I'm confident that's something that people are prepared for. But we do look at how cascading events or concurrent events will impact the ability to respond. Obviously, it does put pressures on the partnership, but those are ones that we work through, and most agencies will have more than one person that they could put up for a response or a strategic coordinating group on a particular issue. Thank you.
Thanks. And we know from COVID that the government just didn't seem to be worried about pandemics before COVID, and now obviously it's very much at the forefront of worry because it's just happened. And I worry with climate, it's a similar thing, that people often think it's always rained, so this isn't going to happen to me. And I've actually done some polling which suggests that Londoners are worried about climate risks, but actually they think the likeliness of a climate risk happening to them is quite low. What work is there being done in kind of awareness to make people know what their climate risks are?
I'd have to get some more information through on that, both from the new resilience team, but also from Shirley Rodriguez. But what I'd say is that actually those climate risks affect those Londoners with the least economic resilience. So, for example, those who are least able to put in their own adaptations, such as air conditioning or solar panels or so forth. And I think that the focus of what we do needs to make sure that the disproportionate impact of climate change doesn't disadvantage those Londoners who are already disadvantaged. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Really, it was just to that specific point. We've got a communication strategy around this, so we communicate regularly about the dangers of grass fires, how you might make your home more resilient in the context of flooding and the risks of flooding, how it might happen. So we know that we've got to take responsibility as a public body, and particularly in our role as a fire service, to communicate with the public to start to exemplify those risks which we think are emerging and growing.
I think that's a really interesting point too, because people can know they're at risk and then they can be paralysed with fear, and we see this with the climate emergency more generally. Now, obviously, we need the systemic change, and I'm glad to see that you're on that. In terms of people's personal responsibility, which it can't just be on personal responsibility, but in terms of what they can do, to either of you really, or both of you, what can people personally be doing to make sure that they're being resilient in terms of changing climate?
I think it's doing things, sorry Commissioner, it's doing things like making sure that you've thought through what would happen if your property or your home was affected by flooding. Making sure, as the Commissioner said, that you try to ensure that you haven't just concreted over what is effectively a sink area if your front garden or back garden is flooded. And I think you see increasingly people use AstroTurf in their gardens. I mean, what's that about? That's completely sort of reversing the resilience that a garden allows you to have. It's about insulation and making sure that people have access to insulation, and it's about people understanding their own personal risk. And I think that's one of the things that we're expecting to come through the government's new resilience strategy, is people getting an understanding of their own personal risk in relation to a whole host of risks, whether that's climate change or how they would respond if they were unfortunate enough to get caught up in a terror attack. Thank you.
Commissioner, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Nothing other than to say that I think it would be useful to write to you with the sort of communication we've already sent out, which is all about small practical steps that can keep yourself safer and prevent both the danger of fire and the danger of flooding.
I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, and happy to share it with the whole committee, obviously, Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning. On adaptation reporting, Deputy Mayor, we've had a report from Thames Water and Network Rail, particularly looking at adaptation. Is there a way that we could look at risks of a London level and get some definitions of what our exact risks are and what the scale of those are?
We do have a London community risk register. I don't have all the details with me here, but I'd be happy to sit down with the Assembly member and go through that, maybe with the head of the London Resilience Group, John Hetherington, who I think you'd be interested to talk to in any case. Thank you.
I'd really appreciate that meeting. And then just moving to finally, this is something I brought up before, but I'm particularly worried about instance, and this is largely from what's happened in Germany, where there's sustained rainfall overnight, perhaps when we're not expecting it, and older people or vulnerable people or disabled people, or all three of those, are stuck in their homes and can't get out. Now, I think the last time I asked you about this, you said this is at a local borough level and for people to have their personal evacuation plans. How confident are you that each borough is doing that to the level that they need to do that?
Well, I mean, they've given us assurance. I think they've got lead people, they've got lead officers and a lead politician at London councils. So I think they are working through that, but you'd need to speak to London councils directly about the exact processes they go through.
Do you think there's a role as Deputy Mayor to show kind of pan-London-wide leadership or a conveying power to get boroughs together to make sure that actually, although they've all got individual needs, there's a pan-London approach actually to making sure that every vulnerable Londoner is on some sort of register so we know to get them out?
Well, the Vulnerable Londoner Register is an issue that comes back repeatedly, and a lot of work's being done on that in terms of information sharing. Again, I don't have the details specific here, but I think a lot of those things have been worked through as a result of the COVID pandemic. What I would say is that a different incident might cause different vulnerability, and different people move in and out of vulnerability at various times. So if there was a water shortage or a drought, pregnant women would potentially be vulnerable if they didn't get access to water, but they wouldn't necessarily be on a vulnerable person's register. So I think it is important that we do have information sharing protocols that work at rapid pace when required, but you also need a recognition that actually different people are vulnerable at different points. And I know a number of people, for example, with COVID, who were told they were vulnerable, who had no idea that they would ever be defined as clinically extremely vulnerable and told not to leave their homes.
Thank you both very much. Thank you, Chair.
Well-timed, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Devenish.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, good morning. At the Regeneration Committee a couple of years ago, we talked about a state's strategy, and when we asked about the carbon footprint of the strategy, we were met by silence. I do remember the meeting very clearly. Would you say you're leading on carbon matters that have been mentioned by Assembly Member Polanski in terms of the estate, not the appliances of the London Fire Brigade? And to the Deputy Mayor, would you be up to a pilot of perhaps possibly merging a LAS and LFB station and making it a zero carbon best in practice project?
Okay, I'll start. So the answer is yes, I think we are. We've got interim measures in place, so we're taking simple practical measures like getting rid of all gas cookers and gas appliances, bringing in electric, swapping out boilers where we can across the whole estate. We have a strategy to get us closer to that carbon net zero target. To move beyond the initial phase in what is a large and dispersed estate, we are going to need investment in as well. But we're very focused on it, and again, I'll be happy to provide, because otherwise I think it would be a very long answer, I'll be happy to provide all the detail contained within that in terms of the steps we're taking practically right now, the plan we have moving forward, and how we hope to meet that target, because it's important.
I'll just answer very simply and say yes, we would be open to exploring sort of greater opportunities across the board for blue light collaboration. One of the issues, and I think the Commissioner could talk better to that in terms of co-location, is that when it's been attempted before, it's always been a bit more complicated in terms of where the ideal location is. But I think we're already doing a lot across the estate in terms of adaptation. The Brigade's heavily involved in work across the GLA to meet the Mayor's targets in terms of net zero. And I think anything we can do to support that, including working with other emergency services, would be welcome. Thank you.
Do you think we could have a written answer on in terms of by the end of the year in terms of, because I do think actually having a pilot project, and I appreciate what the Commissioner said about sorting out appliances.
I think we're doing it.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
I think what I would say is that there is a real willingness on behalf of the London Fire Brigade to co-locate with London Ambulance wherever possible. So I would really like to see in the first instance an MOU that's been on the stocks for a long time, signed by colleagues to enable an ambulance to be on a fire station wherever appropriate, because they move a lot more than ours. So sharing our facilities, I think that's a no-brainer.
And the question was also around climate and having the
net zero piece. I think we'd be more than willing to explore any of it, but we're the ones with the greater estate. So it may be about sharing a space of ours that we want to be carbon zero and can work conceivably towards being carbon zero with the London Ambulance Service. But I'll be happy to provide a written answer on that and explore it.
Thank you. And in terms of your senior management team, Commissioner, did you brief them after COP26, and do you think they are all genuinely culturally signed up on the way that Assembly Member Polanski and I are to making the required drive?
So COP26 certainly featured in a number of high-level meetings with senior leaders in the LFB, not least because we provided specialist advice around security and fire safety to the conference. Yes, we did, and we talked about what the targets that came out of COP26 are likely to mean for us, taken in combination with the Mayor's own ambitious targets. So we think about this all the time. There are challenges there. We have a large and at times ageing estate. We have finite resources, but there are things we can do, and we're very committed to making the change because we think it's important.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next lead question It concerns improving fire safety standards in the built environment. Assembly Member Bakari to introduce that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank the Labour Group for reading out my lead-off question on the built environment. It allows me plenty more time, and I appreciate that. You'd be glad to know, Commissioner, that the Liberal Democrats are leading the way when it comes to making sure that the Mayor does more on fire safety, and we had a very successful motion that said specifically that we shouldn't be working with developers who are avoiding responsibility when it comes to fire safety. You just mentioned the gold standard. I've been using those words myself. You're absolutely right. We cannot have developers getting away with it. Do you think the Mayor should stop working with these developers?
I think we have to recognise that London needs houses and offices and an economy that supports nearly 10 million people in such an important part of the wider national economy. So I think this is a complicated area. So I want to give a straight answer to this plenary, which is I think it's almost impossible for any politician with responsibility for a local area that needs housing and offices and all the other things that you would expect in a thriving community, not to work with major developers. I think the trick is that you have to get the major developers to do what they should do, both in terms of, proper construction, proper maintenance, proper planning, and a moral approach to their business. If you look at who the major developers are, actually, it's very difficult to find a major developer that hasn't in some way compromised themselves. So I think, to be fair to the Mayor and actually to other colleagues of all political parties around the country who are responsible for their local area, the question is not about who you partner with, but rather how you sit down with those partners, those developers, and engage with them and deliver a hard message, which I think, to be fair, the Mayor has done, and so has the Secretary of State, Michael Gove. I've seen it in both aspects.
So, but there is an argument to say that more needs to be done here. And just saying, okay, well, fair, there are certain groups, certain companies that are getting away with it. That's not good enough, is it? We do need to have that gold standard. Safety comes first, and that's a paramount.
I agree with you, but I don't think there's a major developer in this country, genuinely, that can say they haven't compromised themselves in some way. So the difficulty for the sector is that, as far as I'm concerned, as London Fire Commissioner, it's pretty much the whole sector. So when you've got the whole sector with an endemic failure of standards, then I think you have to take a whole sector approach. So singling out developers at times is useful. If you've got particularly egregious examples of poor construction, and we've done that. We've been clear, around developers that we think haven't met the mark. We've weighed in, despite our limited powers under the current legislation, directly into.
Let's make sure that the government and the Mayor of London is making sure that they're listening to you, and that's important, and that gold standard is met by all developers, and I think that's the line that we must always meet. If we don't do that, then fire safety will not be a priority for anyone, would it? So let's make sure that that gold standard is met. Let's agree on that.
I would agree on that, and I think that's always been our consistent line.
Well, let me move on to the Deputy Mayor. Fire safety, obviously, you've already mentioned, is a priority. Firstly, I want to flag up some serious concerns that I've actually raised with the Mayor of London on the listings of GLA homes for Londoners Portal. In July last year, I raised concerns that properties with fire safety defects were being listed. I was assured by the Mayor that steps were being taken so that this didn't happen again. Yet, I'm aware of at least one property currently listed on the portal with serious defects. Now, this is unacceptable. I'm sure you agree. Will you and the Mayor urgently review this? And what additional measures will you take so unsafe properties are not listed again?
If you're happy, Assembly Member, to forward me details of the property that's been listed, I can ask my colleague Tom Copley to look into it. What I would say and take exception to is the insinuation that the Mayor hasn't been extremely active in this area, both in terms of pushing for building safety and in delivering improvements directly. And this has included lobbying the government for better safety standards, for instance, requiring sprinklers in high-rise buildings and in schools. So I think, but if the Assembly Member would like to send me the specific detail, I'd be happy to take that up. Thank you.
And he's aware of it. We've written to the Mayor of London about this already. Thank you also on everything that you've just mentioned about what the Mayor's doing, and I do appreciate that and the work that he's doing with the government. And also I'm really pleased that the issue of e-scooters has been taken seriously as well. Now, Parliament recently banned e-scooters from the parliamentary estate due to the fire risk that they pose. And I was listening on the tube this morning. There's been plenty of announcements, thanks to the London Fire Brigade as well, on the work on this particular issue. Will you and the Mayor consider banning e-scooters in the GLA group's buildings, given the fire risk?
I can pick this up. I mean, they're definitely banned on the LFB estate, so I can pick that up. And I know Tom Copley and myself have got a meeting with you around e-scooters, I think tomorrow. So we can discuss that further then.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay. And are you undertaking an analysis, Commissioner, on fire safety more widely in terms of the LFB's new 64-metre ladders, which sounds exciting and I can't wait to have a go on? I understand that there are two, with another due to come into service shortly. And what I'd like to know is, are you undertaking some analysis on the use of these ladders, including a location, length of time, for them to arrive at incidents?
Yes, we track all of our appliance usage, all of our use of both specialist and what we call standard frontline appliances, and we'd be more than happy, once they've been embedded in service, to provide that data. So it's publicly available data in terms of their usage, their rates of call, and the type of instance we've used them at. More than happy to provide that.
Brilliant. And when there is some concern that it currently takes about 25 minutes for the closest of these 64-metre ladders to get to Canary Wharf. Now, we can see that from our office building at the moment. And Tower Hamlets has almost twice as many unsafe high-rise buildings of any borough, with the majority of these being in the Canary Wharf area. Now, given all the constraints that the LFB we were talking about earlier, can you confirm whether you are in discussions with the Canary Wharf Group and others about supporting funding for a 64-metre ladder for Tower Hamlets? And if not, will you commit maybe to having some discussions about that?
Well, we're more than happy to have conversations about it and would welcome that opportunity. I just think, again, I need to make something very clear, that whilst they are a useful tool at a high-rise fire, and they're a very visible tool, the reality is, in the tallest buildings, you will only resolve high-rise fires by firefighting internally. And if you were to ask me where I would rather put the money of the London Fire Brigade, whilst they are a useful tool, I think we have the right number for London at the moment, I would put any additional money we received into supporting training and that internal firefighting response, because that's really how you keep those residents safer and you resolve it.
Thank you. And early consultation through the Community Risk Management Plan has shown that the LFB's engagement with communities is an important issue for Londoners. I know it is. I'm a school teacher. I know the kind of work that you've been doing with the community about all sorts of issues with fire safety. And I praise the LFB for that work that you've done openly and continually, and I will do. But what plans do you have to increase wider community safety outreach, particularly educating people in apartment blocks about fire risks and fire safeties, including for those whose first language isn't English?
I think that's a really good question, and it strikes to the heart, really, of what we want to do with the changed approach to community engagement that we begun, really, in 2020 with the setting up of a specific and dedicated community engagement team led by experts in that field that had come from outside of LFB. We've piloted a completely different proactive approach across 9 boroughs in London, and we're going to roll it out across the rest of the boroughs because it's been successful, which aims to do exactly what you're asking, which is to get into those parts of the community that actually probably don't know about us, what may have some anxieties about us culturally, are difficult to access at times. We have got language support available within the brigade. It's probably not enough. It's another area we need to develop. But we're thinking in detail about how we better service all of the communities of London through a proactive and more open approach. And again, I'll be happy to share those details with you because it's a very detailed plan, which is
brilliant.
In the process of being delivered.
I really appreciate that, yeah. And I really also appreciate the fact that you're great at answering these robust questions from us. I mean, this is the role that the London Assembly has, and I'm really pleased that we were able to have this conversation, and we'll keep on doing the work together that we need to do for London. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Equally good use of time. Next lead question is...
Chair, I'd like to come in on this section.
I do apologise. You did indicate, sorry, you were more than two things and I get confused. Assembly Member Sheikh, I apologise.
Thank you, Chair, and it's been really fantastic to hear your answers to the questions that have come before Deputy Mayor and Commissioner. And I think, you know, anyone who's done their homework knows that Sadiq has been a fierce advocate for improving building safety in London, pushing developers in the right direction on this particular point. And I think, Commissioner, you sort of said in your earlier comments, we need to see integrity, not profit, as a driver for the way that developers integrate building safety in their plans. So I think you're absolutely spot on, and I think that's exactly what the London Plan pushes developers to do. One of the things, as you'll know, that the London Plan requires is a fire safety statement. And you mentioned again, obviously, that how do we ensure that we learn the best practice coming out of these statements? Have there been any hurdles so far that you've identified, and specifically on the point of sprinklers and their features in the fire safety statements?
So we advocate the support, we advocate and support the use of sprinklers wherever appropriate. We'd like to see a wider use of sprinklers. I think there's a good understanding in both the GLA and central government that that's the right approach to take, and indeed it does form part of the conversation we're currently having with DLUC in terms of perhaps future changes and recommendations within the legislation that's to come. Again, we can provide more detail in that because there's a complex range of kind of government positions on sprinklers over the years. But I think we're at a point where there is a general acceptance that wherever possible you should fit sprinklers, even in a residential context. We now need to see perhaps the right legislation and guidance that supports that.
Thank you. I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Deputy Mayor.
No, just that sprinklers, I think the general cost people suggest they would add to the cost of a building is the same as the cost of fitted carpets. And I think it just brings home how ridiculous a situation it is that they're not used more widely in new development and in terms of schools and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I think it's, like I said, really fantastic to see this continuing aspiration to improve building safety regulations from Sadiq. I wanted to ask you about national legislation and whether you think it's gone far enough on building safety. And I just wanted to read out a specific quote from the Grenfell Inquiry Phase 1. The external walls of the building failed to comply with requirement B4 of Schedule 1 to the building regulations in 2010. In that, they did not adequately resist the spread of the fire, having regard to the height, use and position of the building. On the contrary, they actively promoted it. And that's in regards to national legislation. Have you seen any improvements from this government in terms of taking it seriously to improve our building safety?
Yes, I mean, I think we're going to see a raft of really important legislation, but I do need it to arrive. So we're still awaiting confirmation from the government of coming into full state of the Fire Safety Act 2021 and the associated guidance. That's going to be very important for us because I'm still working within existing legislation to try and enforce, to try and provide advice. And that doesn't go far enough in the context of the lessons we've learned from Grenfell. There is clear acknowledgement of that in government. This is about the passage of parliamentary business. But the sooner we can have the Fire Safety Act 2021 coming into force, the better for us. We are currently, because we have a dedicated build team, because it is of such importance to us and therefore London and Londoners, are working with the National Fire Chiefs Council to discuss all aspects of the Building Safety Bill, which is currently before Parliament with government colleagues. It's completed its passage through the House of Commons, it's had its second reading in the Lords, and we're going to continue to monitor the progress of that legislation. But like I said, until we have clarifications and enforcement through guidance on the Fire Safety Act, our ability to enforce actually remains highly limited. We have to be quite creative with it to apply pressure.
I hope the government is listening and speeds up their process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly Member. We now move on to the next lead-off question, which is about the London Fire Brigade and delivery for Londoners, and that's in the name of Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, both. You've got the question already, Andy. I'm mindful of the fact that you've answered lots of questions around this. Is there anything you'd like to add to that before I start putting questions to you?
Apologies, I've just turned the mic off. No, I haven't, because I think the time would be best served in enabling colleagues to ask the questions.
Yep, okay. I was surprised last night. I was sent anonymously something from the union. I don't know if you've probably seen it. It was printed yesterday. And very unusual for me. I agreed with quite a bit the union was saying, which is a first, I have to say. I mean, one of the things that they brought up in this document, and Dr. Sahota touched on it before, was the lack of frontline firefighters and how Christmas Day we were so short of firefighters. In this document, they're saying that we're still seeing day and night shifts with over 20 appliances still are unavailable due to firefighter shortages. Is that correct?
It can reach that figure at times. Again, we can write and provide you with transparent analysis across a period of time of shortages. I think we're still suffering in some aspects from the pandemic, although those figures are improving. I've always been very clear that we have a workforce planning issue that as part of transformation we have to address. So we have a historical issue around the right people with the right skills in the right place. Some of this is about training and skills, and therefore we need to invest as much in training as in people to ensure that we have the right people at the right time in the right place, whether it's an aerial ladder, whether it's a fire rescue unit.
I understand that, but I think they're getting at the point that we are very short of firefighters. They also, in this same document, say that there are concerns, and I'm wondering if you share them, of the pension exodus, so that when the pension changes come in March this year, that lots of people will be leaving. Clearly, that will exacerbate the problems with the firefighter numbers. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, which is why we have an establishment board, which is why we have a detailed workforce plan. It's why we sought to start recruitment again. So I think we have a well-developed plan to meet the potential risk of that, but it's not without its challenges. Up to 500 firefighters could leave with 1 week's notice in very, very quick succession. So we're alive to it, and we have a plan that works across promotion, skills and recruitment to both address some of the shortages we have now, but also looking in anticipation of what could be an exodus of firefighters moving forward. If I can give just perhaps one example, appreciating the time, we've just gone out on a very extensive transferee round, which means bringing in people who are specifically skilled from other services. We have over 300 of those now on a list available to come across, and we're working our way through how we bring them into service.
But they're not in service at the moment, and I can see their concern. If we're short of firefighters now and we get the mass exodus from their pension, come March or the end of March, we are going to be in deep trouble, whether they've got skills additional to that of the great skills of a normal, I respectfully call them a normal firefighter, then we could be in serious trouble, because if it's not unusual to have 20 appliances unavailable and 50 at Christmas, because of staff shortages, it could get much worse.
I think the plan we've got is robust, and I think it's my responsibility to ensure we don't find ourselves in that situation. So I'll take responsibility for that. I'll take responsibility for the plan, and we will have to work to mitigate what could be a serious impact if those individuals do leave. That's why we have an establishment board. It's why we have the plan. It's why we're doing mass transfers. It's why we have started recruitment up at a pace, because we're going to get ahead of that curve.
Okay, I do wonder why we didn't start looking earlier, but we'll see what happens. Finance is put as a reason for not recruiting earlier. And then, of course, they go on to mention the extra 33 staff in the transformation team, which is costing over £2 million. How many people actually work in this transformation team?
So we can give you the figures in written form, because we'll just give you a breakdown.
A rough idea. How many people are in that department? Because it seems to be growing and growing and costing and costing. Because we're recruiting at the moment, I'd like to give you an accurate figure. So I'll be happy to write to you with an accurate figure. Okay, I'm happy to have a ballpark figure at the moment. I won't hold you to it. I mean, is it 100? Is it 35?
No, it's not as much as that. I genuinely couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I would be making it up. So I don't want to do that. I want to give you an accurate figure, and we'll write to you to provide that. What I would say is it is not a huge department. And what I would go back to is that I feel that when you look at who we're recruiting in, they all directly relate to some of the very serious recommendations laid out in the Grenfell Inquiry report and in the HMIC report, which criticised us roundly for not being able to manage our projects on time and getting them delivered to a proper standard because we didn't have the project management expertise. Much of that number is professional project managers to help us do that. It told us that we didn't have a business assurance framework or a risk management framework. Again, we've had to bring in business assurance and risk management professionals to help us both build a system and then deliver it. So I think, whilst I agree with colleagues in the FBU that it is important to protect our frontline, like I've said repeatedly into public committee, I do not believe we should have a smaller service than we do now. It is equally important to have the professional support services that stand behind them, because we can see where it got us perhaps when we didn't.
Yep, no, some of that I agree with. I am concerned that this transformation department seems to be running away with itself under its director. But, and of course, you've also increased people services by an extra 18 people, which is another £1 million. The last thing I'll comment on this document, and this I could not agree with more, it says, quite frankly, we need less corporate speak, less of corporate speak with no action. I cannot bear corporate speak, as those around me will always confirm. If I could talk about the Community Risk Management Plan, which takes over from the London Safety Plan. The consultants at Accenture, I think we've spent about £500,000 with them already. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You know how cross I am about this, but those that aren't on the fire committee will know that one of the questions went out for one of the consultation questions that went out on this was, and this is it important that a fire and rescue service is delivered by the right people with the right skills to the highest standard? You know how cross I am about that ridiculous question. Now, have we paid, and I say we, has the fire brigade, or I could say we because we're taxpayers, has the fire brigade paid £500,000 to a company like Accenture for them to suggest questions like that and for you to agree to them?
No, because that wasn't their responsibility. So the responsibility of the consultants we brought in from Accenture to work on what is a fairly complex target operating model across about 150 different areas of the business, and to produce a detailed plan in consultation with both our own staff and communities so that we can deliver a service that's fit for modern London. In terms of that question, I absolutely understand how you have perceived it and your irritation around it, but that wasn't the responsibility of Accenture.
Okay, whose responsibility was it?
So that was a statement of our intent that would have been developed internally by the team leading on CRMP, and it was a validation as part of consultation. We were advised from other consultative bodies outside of the GLA and in government that this was best practice.
Commissioner, it is not best practice to answer a question that no sane person is actually going to say no to. It's really made me very cross. I'll just ask two very, very quick questions because my colleagues have got one. You know, my passion is blue light collaboration. Do you work at all with the police? Is there any future of all the three blue light services coming together? Because
absolutely, in different ways, yes. So we do lots with the police. So, for example, a good example would be the fact that we've taken on a responsibility for wide area search, recognising the pressure on police numbers. We've taken over responsibility for responding first to those persons collapsed behind locked doors.
And what about sharing buildings? Because that's where the real money could be saved. And we've been going on about it for years and years.
Yes, we have regular discussion with the Metropolitan Police about their estate strategy, our estate strategy.
I know. This is the answer I always get, and we never get anywhere.
And we have shared space. So we had a patrol base at Holloway. We've got one at Purley. And we're happy to look at that, particularly because we need to retain the size of the estate we've got, to share it wherever appropriate, where the kind of the space works for them as well.
Okay, and the only last thing is, as a member of FREP, we were, the LFIPA, we were always given training figures and told that they were correct. I was told they were correct. How do we have any confidence that anything we're told now is going to be correct? Because it was so wrong before. And the Deputy Commissioner has been told things were done and they weren't done before.
I think it's a really fair challenge, Assembly Member Hall. I'm not going to seek to justify that because I think it's unjustifiable. So part of the very significant changes we've brought have been both an internal assurance framework, so based on the Treasury 3 lines best practice. We've brought in an independent operational advisor who actually is working independently across the brigade. I mean, he's just undertaken a review of training, which again we will share the results of. He's done similar reviews of control. We have an independent audit committee. We, of course, have the inspectorate. Please, don't forget the inspectorate. I've just had a regulatory inspection delivered upon us, which I think is really important because they delve right down into the detail of the figures. I think we have far greater levels of both scrutiny and an assurance framework around us. And I think
we're not looking necessarily for that. We're looking for honesty, and I feel for the Deputy Mayor because she, along with me on LFIPA, were absolutely given assurances that the training was done. Because of time reasons, I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you, Chair. And just to say, I agree with my colleague about the corporate speak and holistic thought cascades and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't get us anywhere at all. More seriously and sadly, just reviewing some of the advice from the inquiries, there was some pretty brutal advice given from Danny Friedman QC that talked about the Grenfell disaster and that some of the response to the fire was, and the words from the response are extreme but foreseeable, and also criticises the service with having no developed thinking at all. Now, you know, I know you're a serious man that thinks about this deeply, so those must have been painful words. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you are considering challenges that the service might face in the future? And actually, I was going to build on what my colleague, Assemblymember Hall, was talking about, was around that training. To ensure there's the proper scrutiny, to ensure that there's the robust checks, and that we're moving away from any sort of concept or perception of ticks in boxes. How can we future-proof and how can we make sure that our staff are ready for any of those challenges as well?
I think you have to start from the ground up. So you do have to start with business systems. We didn't have the right business systems in place. So we have to have a framework for assurance that is real and robust. I think we've got that, but we haven't got the culture that entirely supports it yet. We're still on that journey. So if you think about the first level of assurance, which is managerial, we still need to help educate our people as to what good assurance looks like. I wouldn't pretend that we're completely there yet. We're on that journey. We've had to build the framework first and then skill our people up. Actually, we have to create a culture of openness where people are prepared to admit when they haven't delivered on something, because that is also equally important to know where the risk is. You know, it's a sad fact that when I took over as Commissioner, I would not have been able to articulate those corporate risks that presented the greatest kind of jeopardy to us as an organisation and therefore London and Londoners. I can now. And those risks are real. They are some of the risks that your colleague, Assemblymember Hall, has just spoken to around our finance, around our ability to assure ourselves around our training. We recognise that's a problem for us and we need to seek to improve it. Or whether it's about the culture of our people. So I think we're I think we are transparent about the risks we face, some of the challenges of driving the scale of change we need to, the good progress we've made in some areas, but actually the limited progress we've made in others. You know, we've not got as far as we've wanted in some places. And I think we're honest about that. And the reason we're honest about it is because, frankly, I owe it, personally, to the bereaved and the survivors of Grenfell, because I've sat with them repeatedly, and I would not be able to look them in the eye if I did not tell them the truth, as I understand it.
Thank you for that answer, and I know you do, and I know you take it seriously. So how do you and the Deputy Mayor, how do you reassure yourselves that there isn't that slippage? When can you see these red flags? I was looking at some of the recommendations that the service has, and you're starting to see, or there is some slippage around some of the recommendations, and I appreciate that some of it's because of external factors, legal challenges, apps not being ready, so technological factors, etc. So considering, the change that has to be made, the huge cultural shifts that you have to implement, how do you grab them to stop that drift?
Continuous scrutiny and reporting. I mean, it's just continuous. So you're right, and I know exactly what those delays are. So I can tell you now, we've completed 23 of the 29 recommendations aimed at LFB. I know that GTI Phase 1 report recommendations 17, 23 and 25 are due for completion in February 22, March 22 and February 22 relatively. I know that GTI 7, which is the One Risk project, which is particularly challenging because it's about creating a single source of data that doesn't exist anywhere in the country in a comparable model, isn't going to deliver until March 25 because some of the challenges around how you do that. that I'm looking at GTI 26, which is breathing apparatus and the associated communication, because we had to disconnect ourselves from what was frankly an incoherent procurement cycle. We've had the challenge of how long that's taken. That doesn't make me feel comfortable, because communication was one of the major issues at Grenfell, having been the incident commander, but that's due to deliver in August 2022. And then GT44, whilst we're ready, the national project that supports MIAT, which is the multi-agency transfer of information in control rooms, won't be able to deliver until March 22. So we do see slippage, but again, what I would say is that we both report that honestly, so I have to sit in front of a ministerial board to report both this committee and, quite rightly, the Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee. And my assurance to you is where we do see slippage, I will report it transparently and I'll explain what we are doing to mitigate it.
Could I come in and do interrupt me if you run out of time or starting to run out of time? I think that one of the really difficult lessons, and Assembly Member Hall alluded to it, was that actually a lot of us took on trust what we were told by the brigade. So, and I've had conversations with the Commissioner, who I do think is extremely open to challenge and open to being as transparent as possible. I've had many conversations with him about that, in terms of, I am asking you these questions because we know that previously we were told things that just simply didn't materialise as being correct. This is where, and we've sort of had criticism of some of the new resources put into the business assurance process. This is actually part of how we can know that what we're being told in the future is actually not just nice words on papers or ticks in boxes. And I think that it's easy, and I've also had conversations with the FBU about this, and I think their concern is coming from their concerns about frontline cuts. But I think that the need to make sure that we are absolutely confident that what we're being told is correct is the reason why we have the independent operational advisor, why we have the audit committee, and why not just the Commissioner and his team have regular meetings with the Inspectorate, but I do as well. We need to have different ways of getting that assurance that what we are being told about the transformation is correct. I do trust the Commissioner. I do think he's open. I do think they're making progress, but without us having those sort of assurance processes in place, neither he nor I would be able to tell you honestly that we think things are changing. Thank you.
And can I just say, I'm not looking for trust, because I think trust is dangerous. So I think you should expect the highest standards from me in terms of leadership, transparency, integrity and candour. That's a public duty. But I do expect to be held to hard account. Because, and then this is personal to me, I watch the bodies of men, women and children get carried out over a 10-hour period from Grenfell. I consider it to be the greatest institutional failure of my lifetime. So anyone involved in that, including us, has a great responsibility to bear. I take that personally, I take it seriously, and I fully expect actually to earn the respect and trust of colleagues. And that, I think, does come through hard challenge and scrutiny, and I absolutely welcome it.
And I think that openness and acceptance, combined with that robustness of challenge, is what can start to lead the change. Just a very quick one from me, Chair, a bit cheeky, actually. I've got a former firefighter in my constituency, a chap called Murray Bill, who did a lot of work with the museum. If you could keep me updated of when that museum's due to reopen, because there's a lot of former service personnel who are interested to see that open up again.
We absolutely can. I would really like to see the museum open again. I think it's actually a very important part of our change around culture. Remembering the good parts of our history is equally important as taking the brigade forward in a different way. There are some challenges around the 8 Albert Embankment site, but I am very keen to ensure that we have a museum again in the London Fire Brigade. Thank you.
Assembly Member Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just briefly on the subject of the museum, I would highly recommend the little museum the firefighters at New Malden Station have developed in their mess room. Quite the collection they've got there. To build on some of the points that Assembly Member Hall was making around co-location, you, Commissioner, you mentioned that you engaged in regular discussions on this issue, and you mentioned Purley, and was it Hornchurch, where which was the other one you mentioned, sorry?
There used to be an MPS patrol base at Holloway, but they decided it was no longer what they needed within their estate strategy, so gave the space up.
Thank you.
And that there are discussions around other sites, but it's got to... One of the challenges...
So, Commissioner, my specific question was, what other specific opportunities are you discussing? So which specific sites, which services are you talking to at the moment?
Again, we can provide a detailed written answer because there is a lot of conversation across the GLA group around that. One of the challenges, though, for LFB is that whilst we have a large geographically dispersed estate, most of the sites are very small. They're actually not very useful in terms of shared space. So whilst I've talked a lot about the London Ambulance Service, that's primarily because the way they operate in crews of 2 or in small units means that it's much easier for them conceptually to share our space. Actually, for the Met, who quite often need quite large patrol bases or a different sort of operation, particularly for their uniformed borough staff, our spaces aren't particularly useful at times for that. And we've looked at it in detail repeatedly. But I'm more than happy to share the whole history of that and where we've got to in terms of current collaboration around estate strategy.
A detailed list would be good, but it would also be good to get a flavour now of some of the discussions you're having and some of the locations that that are being talked about. Are there any that are in an advanced stage of discussions where we're close to seeing more co-location?
In terms of policing, I couldn't tell you because they've had a very significant shift in their estate strategy anyway recently. So I think we have to come back to this in written form. So I'm really sorry, Assembly Member Rogers, I can't give you that detail.
No problem. To draw out some of those points as well, maybe Fiona, you want to come on this too. What is holding this back? Why is there not more co-location? I mean, you mentioned, you're talking about the difficulty with sites. Fiona, you mentioned earlier about locations. Are there other factors as well?
Not as far as I'm aware. I think that the discussions that take place, and appreciate that they have been going on for as long as I've been involved with the London Fire Brigade, always go round in a circular way because it isn't ideal. So I think that when different organisations are looking for different purposes for their premises or their locations, they don't necessarily have the same site that would work in terms of having places of base. So I personally think the discussions have been genuine, but they've always come back to the point that most of the places that could be suitable for co-location don't work for one or other of the emergency services. That isn't to say we don't push this and we don't continue with it. And the point that Assembly Member Devenish made about sort of the emissions aspect of this, clearly having more people based in one place might sort of help with some of the other targets we have. So it is something we will continue to ensure that there are ongoing discussions about, but I think you'll need to wait for the detail in the information that Commissioner sends through. Thank you.
I've been challenged by some of my constituents in Chiswick who are concerned with the safer neighbourhood teams who were based at Chiswick Police Station. They are questioning whether there could be some kind of co-location arrangement, even a touchdown base at Chiswick Fire Station. How do we spark those conversations?
I'd say probably with the Met as well. I mean, because if it's their staff that's the issue, it's potentially a question for the MPS.
We can take the specific question, though, into that collaboration group. If that's something that your constituents are interested in, we can take the question in and ask it with the Met. I've got staff in the audience who'll take a note of that and we'll take it forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey.
Good morning to both of our guests. I'm going to ask a few questions. I might have to flit about the place a bit because my colleagues have been very good at filling in some of the detail I was after. But can I go back to this idea of taking over some of the responsibility for flood risk in London? Do you think with the level of change that you're currently going through as an organisation, you'd be able to do that? You have that capacity, you have enough capacity to pay attention to that very serious job?
Yes, because we already do it. So for example, I was a National Flood Rescue Advisor. I've been variously out to Surrey, Cumbria. We've got a very long history of responding to flood, both in London and outside London. We hold the predominance of the specialist response assets for the country, about 30% of the national assets in terms of national resilience assets for London. So I think we've got both a long history and a lot of experience, both in London and out of London, to responding to it. What I would like is a statutory responsibility for it that recognises the work we already do and the funding that might accompany that to ensure that we maintain the capability we have.
So it's not actually any new work, as it were, it's just a recognition of that work and some money to make sure it continues to develop.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's very interesting. Secondly, not just to hammer home this co-location, are you having conversations with a Met where you look at disposing of some of the properties you have and building something new or making something new happen? Because it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're having two separate estate strategies, of course, your separate organisations, and then seeing if you can fit something on the edge. Are you looking at, you know, maybe striking out and doing something new together as organisations? Because it sometimes feels like there's a slight reluctance to make this happen.
No, there's not a reluctance. I just think there's very real practical challenges. So we're not great neighbours, for a start. We want big yard space. We always want big yard space because we go back to the inquiry and inspection again. We need somewhere to train with, you know, and we train daily in our yards. We make noise. It's not a very space-efficient way of using a site. We're not very good, in fact, in terms of residential development either, because we're generally quite small footprints, so you can't build flats on top necessarily, and also people don't want to live next to a yard. In terms of policing, quite often policing's needs are quite different. So they need secure areas in a way that we don't actually provide. They deploy out in a way that perhaps doesn't meet the way that we interface with community necessarily, so we're not very useful for them either. But yeah, where possible, we're really open to the possibility of development, acquiring sites. But again, of course, we have to do that in a way that makes sense geographically, aligned to our assessment of risk and maintaining what are, of course, gold standard attendance times.
Thank you for your answer. Your answer is actually very compelling, because it's quite easy to sit here and think you should be trying harder. But it does sound like you, as a service, you've really considered this. Deputy Mayor, but isn't this achieved more regularly on the continent? Do they have a different policing and fire service to us, or are we having a different approach?
Most countries have different approaches to emergency services. For example, in France, the fire service is pretty military in basis. I think the Commissioner's probably got more information on this.
So we're quite interested in this. We've looked at other models. So we compare ourselves, and again, we've got a document we could share about comparators both in terms of cost and how services operate internationally. I'll give you an example. Paris don't co-locate police and fire particularly, and they are a standalone service like us. New York, which is probably the other next nearest comparison in terms of population size, density, it's very similar. Somewhere like Singapore, actually there is a greater combination of services, but it's a completely different emergency service operating model supported by different governance. You more normally see combinations of ambulance and fire and rescue services because their stated kind of intent and the legislation that supports them are very similar, rather than policing, which has a different relationship with communities and a different task. So there's normally a greater synergy, and you see combined ambulance and fire services in places like Paris and New York, for example. So yeah, we are interested in it. There are different models abroad, but I'm afraid that the synergy generally points to that between health and fire rather than policing and fire.
I appreciate, and Chair, I think a number of colleagues would appreciate seeing that report. My last question is about your pension liabilities. You seem to suggest, well, you said you have a very big problem coming down the line with the money, and you have 300. Now, I wasn't sure, do you have 300 new people are coming to it with staff, or what were you trying to say there?
So our pension liability is as a result of the MacLeod-Sargent judgment, which ruled that the changes that were made to the pension schemes across the public sector in 2015 were discriminatory. And therefore there's a process of remedy being undertaken for 500 existing staff who could retire almost immediately on those changes, and about 700, I think, retired staff already. That brings a cost burden with it of what could be close to £100 million. Now, some of that, and we're seeking clarification, could be rolled up automatically into what we can reasonably expect as grant funding, but there are other big costs that no one can provide me clarity on yet. So in totality, a window estimated of about £100 million. I think it's fair to say that central government know that at some point they're going to have to give us the money and the legislation to support the payment of that money. but it's taking too long. And in the meantime, we're likely to see ourselves in court with the Fire Brigades Union, and that is going to bring significant legal costs with it. It's going to bring, sadness to the pensioners involved, uncertainty to our existing workforce. So it's about 500 people who could leave, but we're bringing in 300 transferees who, of course, we've checked in terms of their length of service, because it would not be a good idea to bring in 300 people on direct transfer who themselves were only going to retire a year or so later and get caught up in the remedy situation, if that's where your question is.
That's what I wanted to understand, what
Absolutely.
the relevance is for
It's a relevant question.
OK, thank you. Back to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Fiona, I'd like to come back on something Assemblymember Bailey asked about. I just want to kind of enhance this point. Around flooding, obviously the London Fire Brigade is responding more to floods. We saw it across London this summer, floods, some of them very bad, and the London Fire Brigade were at the forefront of that. And one of my visits I had at the Barnet Fire Station was firefighters who said that they actually felt they needed some training with almost social care, because they were taking on responsibilities that were sort of beyond what they had been trained for, and they were happy to do it. As people, they were happy to lend a hand when they could. But around flooding specifically, I mean, climate change has a cost. It has a financial cost, and there's a financial cost to the London Fire Brigade of responding to these floods. Have there been conversations with government specifically around further funding for flooding in London, because I can't see that that's going to go away anytime soon?
So the LGA and the National Fire Chiefs Council put in a joint submission to the comprehensive spending review process, and that did include the costs of climate change. So I think that the government is very aware that these are costs that fall to fire and rescue services, and there's pretty united agreement that we need to find ways of addressing those costs. I'm quite interested in your idea around sort of the direct care people might have for individuals that's slightly different than if they were at a fire. That's something that we can take away. But I think it's definitely been raised with government, the cost not just of flooding, but also of the wildfires that we discussed earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, and thanks Fiona and Andy for what I think it's been a very transparent session so far today. My question to you was whether you could explain to me the capacity the fire department has to respond to planning applications, and procedurally how that works for you guys when those applications come in.
That's very challenging because of the scale of London, because of the expertise needed on complex consultation. So we are involved as a consultee in the planning applications that require it under current legislation. And I'd have to give you more detail on that. We'll have to write to you to explain, because it's not necessarily a simple answer. It's not every single planning application. But the numbers of complex buildings in London are significant and growing. I find it challenging to recruit and retain fire engineers. So, for example, we pay a good public sector wage to our staff in that area, but the going daily rate for the fire safety assessor at the lowest grade of competency is about £700 a day, up to about £70,000 a year. And if you're a specialist fire engineer, you can earn a lot more. We simply can't incentivise people that way. Now, I'm lucky that I've got a lot of loyal staff who remain with the LFB because of their desire to serve the public and London. But in terms of capacity, there's no actual easy answer to this. It's an ongoing challenge. It's going to get more serious because the coming of the building safety regulator is going to pull on the same small pool of qualified people for their organisation. If we go and look at medium-rise blocks in London, we will need to recruit a whole cadre of people who can do the initial triage in a properly trained way. The sort of things we're trying to do to meet that challenge, we've built our own academy. We are now making it a standard part. And it's, again, I'm afraid it's incoherent that both our service and many other national services stopped doing this. We've now made it standard practice that we train all our frontline firefighters in fire safety advice, and they are delivering those visits. That gives us a better base of people who might be interested and we can recruit. We've opened it up to non-uniform staff who might want to transfer across into that group and have appropriate skills, whether in engineering or maths, etc., or show the potential. So we're trying to take a long-term aim to keeping up with those numbers. But again, it would just be disrespectful to this committee to pretend that it's either easy in the context of those pressures or that we ever quite have enough of them.
No, I agree. It's one of the, I mean, it's something we talk about frequently, and we've talked about ever since the first round of inspections after the Grenfell Tower fire. Simply don't have enough trained, qualified staff across the piece in the whole. It's a national issue, but it's particularly acute in London because of the number of buildings that are relatively highly at risk. So it is a big problem. It actually needs a national solution, but the brigade is doing everything it can to both retain staff against that sort of competitive pool of the private sector, but also raising it frequently with government, as have I, in terms of the need to have a strategy that looks beyond what we have now to what we need going forward, and it's got to run in parallel with the legislation as it comes through. Otherwise, we could have really good legislation, but just not have the capacity on the ground to deliver, and people would be being let down again. So you'd find residents of buildings that are at risk or have problems being let down again because we've solved one part of the problem without looking at the sort of broader perspective. Thanks.
Thank you. So I certainly agree with that working hand-in-hand approach, and it's certainly not going to be just in London we can fix it single-handedly. And I'm glad to say that you have mentioned that kind of expanding the capacity of training, because to me that often seems like the easy answer on the front line. If we were to better train more staff to deliver this advice, we could get a speedier resolution. So my first question would be, are you going fast enough on that? Is there more that can be done to increase that work?
No, I think we are going at the right pace because it's got to be done in a way that delivers the right results. So despite the challenges of the pandemic, we trained all 5,000 operational staff to carry out the lowest level of fire safety visit, the basic standard in terms of identifying faults, providing immediate advice, and then signposting to qualified professionals who might need to come in after it. Now, that is an important first step, but that also creates a challenge because what we start to do is identify in numbers buildings at greater fault, but we're still going back to that pool of professional inspecting officers to do the more complex advice and enforcement. So we've had to kind of expand both approaches in alignment with each other. And we are experiencing some challenges in terms of the level of referrals coming from our frontline staff now, rightly, and the capacity of our own inspecting officers to then deal with them, and the burden of continuing to consider 1,149 high-rise buildings who, require simultaneous evacuation. This is a complex, multi-layered piece, but it sits as one of our, high-level risks, and we're very, very focused on just continuous training and recruitment and trying to expand the kind of capacity as much as we can.
I understand that. Could I just articulate one anecdotal piece of evidence where I'm particularly concerned when it comes to planning applications? So last year in January, Waltham Forest Council approved 2 tall buildings within Walthamstow, the largest being 34 stories, which is would be the tallest block in the borough. And all evidence to locals, to councillors, and from firefighters on the front line themselves seemed to suggest that there wasn't the capacity or the equipment to deal with a potential fire in such a block. However, the reassurance when this went to committee was a single line from the fire department just saying the block will be okay. And in that instance, it felt like, after especially the tragedies we have seen in London, people just wanted more reassurance from the fire service and something more than a single line on such a large application. And is there something we could do in the meantime where there's these major tall buildings in London to be providing that extra reassurance to residents with slightly more detailed responses in the meantime?
What I would say to that is we're heavily involved in the most complex buildings, so I take your point about the level of detail they've provided in the response, but to provide that response, that's actually quite a serious thing to say. I can assure you that to have got to that point, they would have looked at every single detail of the plans that they were required to, because that individual is, in effect, not only assuming a corporate liability, but an individual vicarious liability in signing it off that way. I'll give you some examples recently.
I don't think I've got time, and I'd love to take that offline, but what I'm just saying is to reflect on how that appears to the residents.
I think it's a serious point, because it's not just about the work that's been done, it's how then people understand our involvement. I take your point.
Exactly.
And we'll take that away and think about it in terms of how we communicate the work we have done when we communicate back into the planning process. So, for example, we've just effectively stopped the progression of 2 large buildings of a similar size that were proposing a single staircase along with other issues. You know, we have major involvement with a complex development in Croydon. I've got lots of examples in my head where I know we're directly involved in either slowing down the planning process or making direct intervention. But I take your point about how we should present ourselves.
Thank you. GLA Conservatives are now out of time. Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can just go back over on some of the issues. If we set aside some of the challenges in terms of service delivery that you have, and we know we've got the government thing and the feds don't really understand us and never really supported some of our services in the way. It doesn't matter, regardless of political persuasion. There's always that tension. We've now got regional politicians in the likes of the Mayor and Fiona Twycross giving the resources that it can provide to you in terms of the service. In that sense, you've got a lot of stock around this table, and I think the way you've answered the questions today is important about how the service has changed in its interactions with politicians. I recognise that. But can you reassure us that everything is really being done around the transformation process? I know it's difficult in the sense that Grenfell is driving some of that, but some of it, if it wasn't for Grenfell, we'd still need to drive a transformation process because of the problems that were uncovered by the various inspectorate bits. So tell us about your bit and the leadership. I think I get your bit. What I don't get, because I don't get to see it, is the bit behind you of going through about dealing with the barriers to change.
Are we
the barriers to change
internally
in the service,
or
inside your service, and those barriers to change, or are you telling me that it's all okay and there is nothing stopping us moving forward?
No,
some of
absolutely
those
not. I think change is very hard. I think change for a big uniformed organisation with the sort of rich history we've got, you know, both the good and the bad custom and practice, change is difficult. We're a change-averse organisation. You know, that's been found repeatedly in inspection, in the course of the inquiry, in terms of our own analysis. And that doesn't mean that our own people aren't excellent. On a day-to-day basis, our people are providing an excellent service to London and Londoners. But as an institution, there are barriers to change. I've talked about them honestly both into the committees and into the inspectorate, which is, you know, some of my colleagues' awareness of the need, our ability to effectively communicate across such a large dispersed organisation, questions of culture, questions of systems. All of them come with challenges because it's significant change across the whole organisation. The reassurance I provide the plenary and the other committees I sit in front of and the ministerial board is that there is a great energy and understanding of the need to do it at the most senior level, and an equal desire at grassroots level from our engagement with them to see the change. And at some point, those two things will come together to deliver change on a scale. But it's not going to be easy. There do remain internal and external challenges to that progress being maintained. And therefore, it's both my responsibility and the responsibility of my senior leadership team to be remorseless in holding ourselves to account, our colleagues to account, and presenting ourselves transparently and with candour into committees such as this.
And it does seem to be that March 22 is a bit of a stock-taking point, isn't it, for you somewhere? There must be other milestones. For me, from the way that you spoke this morning, it's quite crucial about where you're going to hit some milestones. You're not going to hit some milestones. We're going to work out what's achievable, because some of the recommendations from our colleagues who were, I think, being very helpful to us in driving change might not be, as you said about the data bits. Is it March or is it what? When is the stock take?
I think the stock take honestly, and I think this reflects their importance, is when the inspectorate reports on us. That is going to be a very significant moment for the London Fire Brigade. I can't speak for what the inspectorate will find. They have concluded the inspectorate process. But my anticipation is that they will tell us that we are a service that needs to continue to improve. I do not expect anything else. It's our own analysis that we need to continue to improve. I think what they will most likely identify is that whilst there has been a great energy addressing the specific recommendations that arose from inquiry in their first inspection, there are areas we have not progressed far enough along, because we know that ourselves, whether in matters of assurance, whether in some matters of training, whether in some matters of community prevention advice. You know, just 3 things I could think of at the top of my head. So I think that report will be very important. I would expect this, this body of people, and specifically the Fire and Resilience Emergency Planning Committee, to dissect that and challenge me on those areas we haven't done enough on, because I do expect them to be identified. I think that will be a very important moment. That's probably about June.
Okay. And in change, I think everybody around this table really wants to be supportive. We're in the Labour group, everyone else, the Mayor clearly is. Some parts of government, I think, are trying to be supportive about what you're trying to achieve. But in change, sometimes you can take people with you, but there are times when you have got to stop and call the shots. You've got to actually say, sorry, we've got to do this, and we best do it. Are we at those stages in this year? It seems to me, that's some of the deliberations that you're going to do at the milestones, that you're going to have to say, we've got to do this, and we've just got to get on with it.
It's really a really interesting question, because actually I think it's the other way around. I think we did that at the start. I think what I had to say to my own organisation at the start of my time as Commissioner was very hard for a lot of people to hear. They didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear us admit any sort of responsibility in respect to Grenfell. People, because of the incredible bravery on the night, it was very difficult for people to disconnect the incredible bravery of individuals and officers on the night from what were a clear need for institutional improvement. So I think we've already had that moment. I think where we are now is I need to work harder, and the organisation needs to work harder to communicate effectively and bring more people with us, because I do fear that in some places there is still a disconnect. So actually, if you were to talk to me about a vulnerability, part of it would be our internal communication. I don't think I've won all hearts and minds yet. I don't think if you go to every location in the London Fire Brigade, people fully understand why we're changing and the need for change. And I think that's one of the areas I have to demonstrate greater progress in, to be transparent with this committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. City Hall Labour's now out of time. We've now reached the end of our question and answer session. Thank you for our guests for answering the questions today, and in many cases very frankly. Guests, you are welcome to leave the meeting whilst we turn to other items of business.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Can I... I think the format of that meeting probably needs revisiting. Assembly members, probably worthy of further discussion, perhaps in Bureau amongst leaders. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? This is where you say agreed, not beforehand. Will the Assembly agree? Do I have to extend at this point? Because for the next half. Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Agreed. I would now like to propose that the Assembly adjourn for 30 minutes and return at 12:45 to complete the remaining business on the agenda. Are Assembly members in agreement? Agreed. Oh. Welcome back to the meeting. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly Party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of the meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. We have a motion now that will be proposed by Joanne McCartney.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to propose this motion. It's a motion on fuel poverty. And as inflation hits the highest point in 30 years, household budgets are already facing enormous pressure. The cost of living crisis facing ordinary Londoners today is going to worsen in April when the price cap is increased by 54%. And fuel poverty is one of the biggest challenges to households across London. Citizens Advice said its research in December indicated that 2.1 million households across the UK were behind on their energy bills, a rise of 600,000 compared with before the pandemic. And many of these will be hard-working Londoners who've already been making the difficult choices between heating homes and buying food, clothing and other essentials. This further increase will be a heavy blow to so many families. And for many people on universal credit, it will become at the same time as the £20 a week uplift to the benefit is set to end. And a £200 loan from government to be repaid just does not cut it. Over 1 million Londoners are on universal credit, and they've been relying on that uplift. And it's unbelievable to me and to so many that the government chooses to cancel that £20 uplift at the same time as it takes a decision to raise national insurance at a time of spiralling inflation and a price cap increase of 54%. And it is the lowest income Londoners, the most vulnerable, who will be plunged into a dire situation. Londoners must be properly supported throughout this crisis. That is why our motion calls on the government to reinstate the uplift, for the 5% VAT on bills to be cut for the next year, and for eligibility criteria for the warm hand discount to be extended. It's laughable that the government have said that we can't levy a windfall tax on energy firms' bumper profits. For example, British Petroleum have recently announced a £9.5 billion profit for last year. No one should have to make the choice between heating and eating, and I hope members across this chamber will support this motion today. Can I just say I'm not accepting the Conservative amendment. It deletes reference to 70,000 extra children who will be plunged into fuel poverty. And it also deletes the reference to reinstating the universal credit uplift. Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me. Assembly Member Ahmed, would you like to second?
Chair, I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. We have an amendment proposed in the name of Assembly Member Devenish.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with most of what the other Assembly member has just said. The trouble is, this building is here for one purpose, to hold the Mayor of London to account. Older Assembly members will remember when the banner used to say on that banner there, it used to say to hold the Mayor to account, London Assembly. And actually, the Mayor has a £19 billion budget. And rather than just lobby the government on every subject, including this very worthy subject, he could actually do something. Now, I know after 6 years that is not going to happen at all, but he could. He could actually put some actions rather than just words. So our amendment very clearly pointed out that that is what he should do. To be fair to him, he did set up London Power, but I'm afraid it has been a disaster, like most things this mayor does. But after 6 years, we'd be very happy to work with him. The other thing that if he wanted to come up with a practical policy that we discussed recently at a Housing Committee meeting is retrofitting buildings. That would be a very good use because our housing in London clearly needs to be retrofitted both because of energy poverty but because of also the climate emergency. But yet again, Sadiq Khan has no plans. It's a great pity that Labour Assembly members always want to bash the government rather than actually practically help Londoners.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best to second the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank the proposer and seconder for bringing what is a really important topic to the table today, although I do question the way in which that's been done, because like my colleague says, once again, you've taken the opportunity to completely forget that we are here to scrutinise the Mayor and that the Mayor does have a role to play in this. So when the Mayor spends £3 million on an energy company, and when that energy company serves only 6,423 customers, the fact that you don't think that's worth picking up on is shocking to me. The fact when Assembly Member McCartney, you questioned the Mayor directly on what he would do to help reach people with the Warmer Homes programme. And there's no follow-up on here because he hasn't actually announced any plans since then on what he's going to do to reach hard to reach people. And there's no follow-up here. And I'm disappointed that the Lib Dems and Greens didn't pick up on this and want to put anything to the Mayor on fuel poverty, because actually, yes, we may disagree on the universal credit point, but I would expect you would pick up and say this isn't good enough to put something to the Mayor when we get to talk about this motion and not mention anything the Mayor can do. And the thing is, we need to be honest with people with what's happening. And that's that we are in the midst of a global crisis when it comes to energy, and that wasn't mentioned once. And the government are doing all they can to support with a £9 billion package, which will help 80% of people with a £350 reduction on that bill. Now, this is going to affect everyone, not just those on universal credit. And whilst we need to help those people as well, and there is a £150 million discretionary fund on top of what's been already added, we need a programme of help that assists everyone, because every family in London will feel the pinch of this. And I think we need to be honest about the fact that we have a £320 billion deficit of borrowing, which we had last year. That has to come down. And so we can't just paint a wish list. We have to have direct action that's really going to tackle exactly what we can do to avoid this energy crisis. And let's not forget, this is the world. We're not talking about something the government has created.
If you could bring your comments to a conclusion.
We are caught in the midst of an environmental crisis caused by relations outside of our control, and this government is doing everything to tackle this. It would be good if the Mayor did as well.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
I'd like to thank Assembly Member McCarthy for bringing forward this motion. The government's cold-hearted approach to surging energy prices presents a real threat to the cost of living for Londoners across our city. Now, research published this week shows that between December 2020 and 2021, electricity prices rose by a staggering 19%. This, coupled with the increase of a new price cap coming into effect in April, is set to hit Londoners from disadvantaged backgrounds and those on the lowest incomes the hardest. Now, the Liberal Democrats' cost of living rescue package would cut bills of struggling families in London, funded through a Robin Hood tax on the super profits of oil and gas companies. Now, I volunteer for Wimbledon Food Bank, and I've seen Londoners struggling despite working multiple jobs just to get by, and I don't mean government ministers. With the universal credit uplift slashed, they are struggling to make ends meet and being left to bear the brunt of spiralling energy prices. Now, all while the government just sits idly by. This is why the Liberal Democrats are urging the government to reinstate the £20 universal credit uplift and extend it. In the face of spiralling energy bills, the government are leaving some of the most vulnerable Londoners worse off and risk plunging Londoners, particularly pensioners and children, into poverty. It just seems to be a never-ending tale of them and us with the government. And they side with the fat cats, the energy companies making super profits, while Londoners will be too stressed to turn on their radiators or even eat a meal. So I say this, let's be Robin Hood and take from the rich and give to the poor. No Londoner should ever have to choose between heating and eating. But let's face it, I don't think the government really does care. So we will be supporting this motion. I do understand the point of London Power that you've made in the Conservative amendment, but I think it's worthy of further discussion, perhaps, at a different time.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Member McCartney, for bringing this motion forward, which we will be supporting. We can't support the Conservative amendment quite simply because there are clauses that have been taken out about removing benefit caps and also clauses that would protect vulnerable Londoners that have been removed from a Conservative amendment, so we just can't support it. On the wider point, the reason why we're supporting this motion is because everyone deserves warm homes and lower bills. As the Green Party nationally, we will go even further with our 5-point plan, which is 1, to insulate homes and make sure we're getting emergency grants out there. 2, a dirty profits tax and a carbon tax in the longer term. Making sure that we have domestic energy security so that we're protecting onshore, offshore wind, tidal, hydro. Making sure that there's no more national insurance rises. It can't be right that the most vulnerable people are being taxed for this. It should be a simple principle that the polluter pays. And finally, by making sure we're extending winter fuel payments, by making sure every London household has more money. And of course, with that, I'd also add a universal basic income would absolutely change this too, which we know that the Labour Mayor has said that he would be happy to look at a pilot. But right now, for some reason, we still need to convince London Labour Assembly members. But on this motion in particular, we do support you. So thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Let's just put this one to bed. The government isn't doing all that it can to alleviate suffering during this fuel poverty crisis. Yeah. When the universal credit uplift was cut, it affected 1 million Londoners, and this must be reinstated, as many prominent Conservatives have already said, such as David Davis. If the government was really doing all it can, it would cut the VAT on the fuel bills, and that's obvious. Extending the Warm Homes Grant would make a huge difference. That is what we are asking in this motion for the Chair and the Mayor to write to government about. It is obvious that these things need to happen, and it is shameful that the Conservatives in this chamber cannot see that and try to turn it around and score political points of what is an absolute crisis for so many people. It is appalling and disgusting. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Devenish, would you like to sum up on the amendment?
I think I said all I need to say. The reality is we need devolved government to mean something in London. It means something if the Mayor actually does things rather than just talks. But we share the same principles in terms of making sure that the poorest do not suffer. But the government is doing stuff, and I'm sure in time they'll do more. It would be nice if the Mayor actually did anything at all.
Assembly Member McCartney, could you sum up, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I start by thanking the Greens and the Liberal Democrats for supporting this motion? Can I just say to Assembly Member Devenish that actually, by statute, we have to look at issues that are important to Londoners. That is not limited just to the Mayor. And, you know, I think that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what our role is here. To Assembly Member Best, can I just say the fact that we are concerned about it is the fact that we asked questions to the Mayor on occasions before. But of course, this motion is aimed at government who can have the largest impact here. And they have failed. They have failed comprehensively to tackle this crisis. They are so busy running around protecting the Prime Minister from his own scandal that they've, quite frankly, kept their eye off the ball. And it's Londoners and it's poor Londoners who are going to suffer the most. So I beg you to actually pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now see all those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Devenish?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favour, Chair.
All those against the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 against, Chair. That falls.
Can I now see all those in favour of the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes against, Chair. That motion is carried.
Thank you. Let's now move to the next motion on the Borders and Nationality Bill, proposed by Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. I brought this motion forward to the Assembly so that we can put on record our condemnation of the Government's Nationality and Borders Bill. This bill will discriminate against thousands of refugees, denying them vital help and support. The Government is seeking to criminalise people seeking asylum, putting them at risk of imprisonment. The new plan for immigration will mean people in need of kindness and compassion will instead be sent to offshore processing centres at great risk of their well-being. There are so many parts to this bill that are morally and legally abhorrent. But I will speak to you today about Clause 9 in particular, which this motion highlights. Making someone stateless has long been one of the most appalling actions a government can take. It makes you an unperson, without protection, without home, without legal status. Clause 9 of the bill would allow the Home Secretary to strip a naturalised Brit of their citizenship without any notice at all. It would also appear to be capable of being applied retrospectively to cases where individuals were stripped of citizenship without notice before the clause becomes law. The overall effect of the clause is simple. It is designed to prevent people from securing their right of appeal. The racial implications of this bill are severe. The government is creating a second-tier category of British citizenship, which applies predominantly to ethnic minorities, many of which we represent in London. This will further exacerbate the reality that millions of ethnic minority Britons already feel to be true. They are second-class citizens. Surely the Windrush scandal has taught us that when you have a tiered citizen system, you're not only viewed as less than, but at times politically stressed, you're shockingly treated as such. The Nationality and Borders Bill is an inhumane, racist and divisive piece of legislation that will criminalise refugees, erode the meagre rights of those subjects to immigration control, and sow further division into the UK society. I urge my colleagues to join me in condemning it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh to second.
Thank you, Chair. I formally second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bukhari.
I'd like to thank Assembly Member Sahota for bringing forward this important motion. The Government's Nationality and Borders Bill, or as many of my friends call it, the Anti-Refugee Bill, is one of the most divisive pieces of legislation to be proposed by this government. It is wrong how this bill will risk normalising the racist and xenophobic attitudes that has risen since Brexit. We know words can hurt, and the words in this bill will hurt. It would legitimise, quite simply, more hatred. And I'm tired of it. Have we not learned what happens from history? Do I really need to give our Conservative colleagues a lesson now? It is wrong that the government still has not learnt its lessons from the hostile environment created towards the Windrush generation. It is wrong that this bill's homophobic and transphobic undertones would force LGBTQ+ refugees to hide their identity for fear of prosecution if they are made to return to their country of origin. It is wrong that friends and family of mine could have their citizenship stripped without note and limit their ability to appeal, including those who are of dual nationality. Now, Clause 9 of the Nationality and Borders Bill will let the government have outrageous legal powers that, under the current international law, is actually illegal. Now, no government should render their citizens stateless. So it is wrong that this government does nothing to uphold international law and protect the most marginalised people. It simply is the most inhumane bill imaginable. And not only is this a Liberal bill disproportionate affecting ethnic minorities, it also encompasses everything that London is not. It's not isolationist, it's not protectionist, it's not insular. So London will never and should never support any discrimination at all. I feel as if this government is moving towards taking all power and control and reducing our human rights. And are we really in a dictatorship? Because that's how it feels right now. We're certainly moving in that direction. So the Liberal Democrats will be fighting tooth and nail against this. This is bigger than London, actually. But London can lead the way. And the Assembly members here today can lead the way today. Let's do all we can to stop this awful bill, and we will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I personally will not be supporting this bill, but this motion, but I do really welcome you bringing this to the Chamber. Here on the Conservative Group, we had a long debate. We went and got the paperwork, we got legal history on it, we had a very long debate on it, because many of us are very concerned about the notion of statelessness. We're very concerned about that. So we had a very long debate on it. But the reason I will not be supporting it is because my grandparents are Jamaican. My parents are Jamaican. I am of Jamaican heritage. And the way that you've skillfully weaved in the Windrush generation is, to my mind, disgusting. If you were from our community, you'd know the absolute terror those words have wrought. And to do this, for me, means I can't support it. This is important. You are correct, Dr. Sowell. It's very important. But I think we need to have this debate in a realistic, holistic way that doesn't seek to terrorise communities by using some very inflammatory language as it's just been used. I think that prevents us from being effective. Because yes, there's concerns about this bill, but if we don't discuss it in a serious way, we will not be taken seriously, so therefore we will have no impact. So from a very personal point of view, I will not be supporting this bill because I think my peoples, my family, my heritage has been used as a political football for far too long. We could have had this debate without that kind of inflammatory language suggesting that the government is out and out racist. I just don't think it's useful for the debate. So I simply will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you. This motion is also personal to me. As a Jewish man, my community has long sought away from oppression and have sought refuge in many different countries. In fact, my surname wasn't always Polanski. I was born as Paulden. It was actually my family and grandparents who were Polanski or Polinsky. It's unsure because of the trauma and death they were running away from. That actually, when I turned 18, I changed my name back again to reclaim my heritage. Now, so many communities have similar stories of running away from oppression, of having to seek refuge and looking for humanity where it is needed. Also, I'm from the LGBT community. We know that so many people who are LGBT around the world are running away from harm and sometimes even death. And we also know from the government's own equality and impacts assessment to ask them to prove their sexuality or gender is often an impossible task. And what this bill would do is make that even worse. And more than any of this, there are people dying right now in our seas, in the Aegean, in the Mediterranean, in the Channel. And this could stop tomorrow if the government would just take action. All they need to do is provide safe and authorised passage through those seas. And we could give everyone a better future, because I hope one day people from these communities can be stood in here as a London Assembly member giving these speeches. But to do that, we need to say it loud and clear that refugees are welcome here. We will be supporting Labour's altered motion. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding people, because I didn't at the start, that we're talking about an amendment to his own motion that Dr. Sahota has made. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chair. There's been some pretty powerful and emotive language used around this bill, and I understand why, and I can understand people's concerns. I can also understand concerns about stripping nationality and the reasoning for that. However, in this motion, my Labour colleague talked about Clause 9. And so I wanted to zoom in and be specific on that, because that's the one that was highlighted. And I have a copy here. I presume my colleague is very familiar with it. And on close inspection of Clause 9, it's impossible to argue against the fact that it doesn't bring anybody extra in scope. There's absolutely no change in criteria. And there is still judicial oversight for appeal, I think. not to challenge you, but I think that you said it would strip people of the right to an appeal. It doesn't. In fact, if you look at this clause, it amends an existing piece of legislation, which is the British Nationality Bill, which I went back to my old Blackstone's book from my public law days to look at, which clearly says here at section 40 that a person has that right to appeal. That's not amended by clause 9. The only thing that's amended by clause 9 is simply how somebody's notified. And again, if we go back to the clause, sorry to focus on the language here, but the Secretary of State will be able to do that if they do not have information needed to be able to give notice under the subsection, or would for any other reason be not practically reasonable to give notice under that subsection. So in this case, if you had, for example, an aggressor who was embedded in a foreign terrorist cell, who was away from any reasonably practical, so this is like you can't get them a letter, you can't get them an Amazon parcel, there is no way of contacting them, then the existing legislation can be applied to remove citizenship. When that individual discovers that citizenship has been removed, they can then apply the appeal process as it currently stands. I think it's important because in this motion it talks about 6 million Londoners who might be frightened by this. The only thing here is the way that people are notified. That's a state of fact.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair.
I apologise. I was only aware of it just then. Yeah, but Assembly Member Best had indicated well before you nodded to me. Well, she did.
I actually saw and I did, but you can go ahead, Assembly Member Lerma.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a bit of a point of information, actually. I respect your perspective that you don't feel like this is something that you can support. The point of information I wanted to make was that the unfortunately phrased Windrush scheme, there is a whole series and a suite of complaints and actions that the government has taken against citizens whose backgrounds are from 63 different countries across the world, including but not limited to Caribbean countries. Those same issues around entry clearance officers, everyone with an African or an Asian family member who's tried to get them into this country knows that acronym. It is something where when a family member is told at the immigration desk, the entry clearance officer says no, there is no option but to turn around. And this bill does that to thousands of people, potentially, who are citizens of this city, equally born, raised here. And it's not so much what will happen to anyone here. It is about what happens in that instance. There is that potential for millions of people. And I think I'm not having a go. I'm just trying to, and I just think it's important to just reflect that. I appreciate what Assembly Member Fortune has said, but that reality is something which people do face on a regular basis. It's, in terms of, do you go to this place, do you go to that place? And it is frankly terrifying. But I just wanted to say that for Londoners across the city, the last few years have been really difficult. They haven't necessarily been made stateless so far, but they have been definitely treated as second-class citizens in their own city, in their own country. And I think that fear is a real one based on lived experiences of many people.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you very much. And I would like to firstly thank Dr. Hayter for attempting to work cross-party with us on this, because I think what I want to make clear is many of us in the Conservative group have reservations or massive concerns, I should say, about the concept of statelessness, as Assembly Member Bailey outlined. But what we see is today, this Clause 9 and talking about this debate, as my colleague Assembly Member Fortune put out, is not that debate, and that perhaps is a wider conversation for another day. And so the reason that I can't support the motion as it stands is I feel that it creates unnecessary fear. And as Assembly Member Bakari said, words have consequences. And I've seen that far too often with the loose language of Labour Party on people in London when I speak to them with things that they think. Some people think that they don't have access to benefits when they do, and things like this, simply because of the language they've heard from Labour politicians. And it is fear-mongering, and I don't think it helps the conversation. So when we say in a bill that millions of people across London are at risk of having their citizenship removed, That belies the fact that only 464 people have ever had citizenship removed. And that is an unnecessary fear to put into the hearts and minds of families across this city. And for that reason, whilst I have concerns, and whilst actually you may find that I am quite on the side of you on many of the same side of you on many of these conversations, I cannot support this motion, which puts unnecessary fear into people's hearts and minds.
She reserved. Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. To my colleague across the chamber who's talking about unnecessary fear, I would suggest to her that actually the unnecessary fear comes from this bill, not just in Londoners' hearts, not just in the UK, but the refugees and asylum seekers who are the most vulnerable people around the world, who already have such danger in their circumstances, who come here, as Assemblymember Polanski said, looking for humanity where it's needed. This bill is what puts fear in their hearts. And I think it's, to be honest, frankly shameless to see anyone standing up speaking against it. We have tried to work cross-party, but Clause 9 is the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot wrong with this bill, which is why this motion stands as it is. London stands proudly in the world celebrating its diversity through immigration and also protecting those who have been prosecuted. As we've seen recently, this Assembly stood up for those fleeing Afghanistan. But this bill undermines that kind of work. This bill is shameless. Let us never forget this bill is part of a series of measures ruling Tories have been hell-bent on creating to make our country divided and hostile to the most vulnerable. The creation of the Tory hostile environment was a cruel and damning set of laws designed to bring out the worst in us and punish the most vulnerable, and this bill is the same, and we must reject it. Like I said, Clause 9 is just the tip of the iceberg. We also draw attention to Clause 9 of this bill, which creates a two-tier system for asylum seekers based on the mode of travel in the UK. This policy makes it unnecessary barriers for refugees. We should be helping them, not making it harder for them to seek safety. It also, Clause 31 and 32, puts women and girls fleeing domestic violence and human trafficking at risk. And frankly, this government's own equality impact assessment of this bill has admitted that it indirectly disadvantages protected groups, such as LGBT people. And this is all just the tip of the iceberg. We need a compassionate asylum system, not a punitive one. We welcome the Mayor's launch of the London Refugee Fund and thank Londoners for their incredible welcoming of Afghanistan refugees. Londoners' hearts are open, but divisive legislation like this puts hate at the core of our system, and it is disgusting, and we must reject it. I hope colleagues can vote for this motion.
Thank you. And Assembly Member Dr. Sahota to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank the Greens and Liberal Democrats for supporting this motion. I also want to acknowledge that I did want to work cross-party with the amendment put forward by Assembly Member Emma Best. But of course, there were limits to my red lines. Saying that we are seriously concerned isn't good enough. This is condemnation. Today at 3 o'clock, it's a big demonstration outside the House of Commons. People are really concerned with the Nationality Bill. They wouldn't want to be concerned. They want us to condemn this. And that's why I didn't accept the amendment. I also wasn't prepared to let down the refugees, the people who need our sympathy, the people who need our compassion, but not to be subjected to discriminatory acts, right? So that's why I wouldn't accept it. Also, with the Windrush comment was about to paint to you a generation of people who have been subjected to injustices. It's a collective term that encompasses a lot of things. I could have talked about other discriminatory matters. I could have talked about people coming in the 70s being subjected to virginity testing, for which this government has eroded the trust of people coming to this country, and for which they haven't apologised. And that was only subjected to people who were coming from India and South Asian communities. I didn't talk about that. But this is an attempt, right, for us to say people are fearful, people are concerned, people are really worried. That's why they're on the streets. That's why there are demonstrations. That's why my inbox is full of these things. They are not just concerned. They are damn worried about the impact of this. And that's why the only word that justifies is condemnation. And earlier in the debate, the leader of the Conservative Party said, we will show the Conservatives stand for the underdogs. We will say that we stand for the people at risk, right? Well, this is an opportunity for the Tories to stand up by their words. You will be judged. You will be watched. You will be held to account on this ride, and London is watching you. Let's see how you vote.
You're
Thank
now
you.
out of time, Assembly Member. Can I put those in? Could I ask those in favour of the motion to indicate?
This is the motion as altered, Chair.
The motion as altered, as emphasised earlier. So, all those in favour of the motion as altered? I don't know why that was difficult.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes against, Chair. That is carried.
Thank you. We move now on to the next motion, which concerns national insurance increase. Assembly Member de Waal to propose.
Boos are welcomed, if appropriate. Look, this government has long neglected now and given up managing on behalf of the country. They've even given up not even managing it on behalf of their party. They're actually managing it on behalf of one individual to keep him in power, and why the rest going down the Swanee. And in going down the Swanee, this decision around national insurance is one of those issues. And my beef with government is about taking isolated decisions at a time as we come out the pandemic, as we face some international crisis in terms of paying for the pandemic and paying for some of the challenges that we have within the NHS. We take these decisions that work against us. The cost of living going up, bills going up, everything is going up, and where is this government on the issue? Well, it's not sure what it's doing. It's differing. It's differing, and it's not sure in terms of whether it's taking its party with him or not. So we've got the government saying they're going to do it. The Prime Minister pauses. The Chancellor says he has to do it. He's now saying he's going to do it. And who is going to suffer by this national insurance rise at this moment in time? Because there has been a lack of thinking about who's going to suffer, who's going to be paying. It's the poorest in society. It's the poorest in society that will pick up this bill at a time when, at a stroke of a pen, the Chancellor can wipe off fraud. Talk about them tackling criminality in those issues. What is it? 4.3 billion has been written off on COVID fraud. But here, we will then attack the poorest to make them pay for what this government wants to be seen to be doing. I tell you this now, colleagues. This government not just lies through its teeth, but has had to change its own website on the spin around this and how they promoted this, because they were trying to tell people it's only a 1.2%, 2.5% increase in national insurance. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's up to 10% for some individuals. All I'm asking for in this motion is that we pause. We pause and take stock. I'd like to think we should try to get a consensus of the way forward around what we need to do. But that's not the nature of our politics in this country. But personally, I'd like to see something, because we are in national crisis as we emerge from the pandemic and how we pay for some of the issues. The NHS, we've still not got that right. Don't kid ourselves that the small amount we're putting in. So on this one, we need to pause. We need to have a rethink. We're not going to do it while that joker is still in power in Parliament. He's not there. He's discrediting the Tory party of that, because everything is geared to keep him in that seat. It's not about the interests of the country. And this scheme needs to be put on pause. I'm not against national insurance increases per se, but this one doesn't seem right and doesn't feel right when the cost of living is going in the way that it's going. And actually, we need to think it through. So therefore, I move. I didn't hear the boos, but thank you. Oh, thank you. That makes me feel so much better.
It's not being noticed that hurts, isn't it? Assembly Member McCartney.
I formally second and reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you very much. And remotely joining us is Assembly Member Russell, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to speak on the next three motions all in one go, which are brought by Assembly Members de Waal, Baker and Ahmed. And they're centred around the growing cost of living crisis that is faced by so many people in our city. The motions relate to the national insurance rise, the national living wage, and the combined crisis of rising inflation and the removal of the £20 a week universal credit uplift. Now, a decent, dignified social care system is long overdue, but with people on the lowest incomes paying a higher proportion of their wages in national insurance, while better off people are protected, increasing national insurance is not the fairest way to achieve it. Greens pioneered the first ever London living wage in 2005 when Green Assembly members Darren Johnson and Jenny Jones made it a condition of their support for Mayor Livingston's budget following the 2004 election. Without their votes, Livingston's budget could have been defeated. We will continue to support a London living wage that keeps up with the cost of living, so Londoners have enough to put a roof over their heads, food on the table, and even save something for a rainy day. Just last week, anti-poverty campaigner Jack Munro brilliantly exposed the higher rates of inflation experienced by people on the lowest incomes when buying their groceries. In this context, the £20 uplift in universal credit was a lifeline to so many people. Losing it risks pushing millions into debt, and along with changes to the benefit cap will simply make conditions worse for the poorest people in London. The term recovery shouldn't just be political jargon. When it comes to working our way out of this pandemic, we must create a city where everyone can truly recover from the financial hardships that they've faced over recent years. They cannot do that without the right tools in place, and that starts with proper support from national government. I'm urging the Assembly, the Mayor and Parliament to listen and to support and act on the calls in these three motions, and the Green Group will be voting for all three of them wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make the point that the Labour tactic this week is confused. On one end, you're telling us we mustn't increase tax. On the other end, you're telling us we have to spend more. Where is this magic money tree? Where is it? You are the party of tax. You love a tax rise. And if there was anything where you could justify that tax rise, it would be to look at the state of our NHS and most assuredly social care. There is never a good time to increase people's outgoings. There never is. And I'll even hear Assembly members from the Green Party who say the people at the lowest end of the spectrum will be affected. That's a fact. We all know that. We can't get around that. Let's not lie to ourselves. But the thing that affects poor communities above all is poor social care. Many of you have been in this game for a long time, and you'll have had emails and letters and people make representations to you about people in your constituencies who are just not being cared for, who are just being missed, who are living in misery. You will have that. So when the government tries to do something about giving the NHS an extra £18 billion by bringing the social care system closer to the NHS, I find it incredible that you can make those points to say, no, we shouldn't do it. And I say this, you pause it now, the problem gets bigger, and you've given no alternative. There'd be a debate here to be had if you had an alternative, but you don't. So as painful as it's going to be, and it is going to be painful, tax always is painful, you should know you love tax. What are you going to do for the poorest people of this country when they have no social care? How do we catch the NHS up after the pandemic, the backlogs?
Could you bring your comments to a close?
And the sooner we start that work, the better.
Assembly Member McCartney, would you like to speak?
No, I'll leave it to my colleague. Thank you.
Assembly Member Duval, if you'd like to sum up, please.
Of government, and where is this government going and what's it trying to do? I'm calling for a pause. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it, but I'll tell you this, and whether it's those about laws, I'll tell you where you start with tackling some of the money. You go for that fraud. And do it. Don't shake your head. You do it. Tell your government to do it. Stand up and do it. Don't keep within the laws. keep within the laws and the guidance and the rules that you say that you do. That might be a start, and we might have some trust in government, trust in politicians as you drag us all down to the depths that you go. And Boris Johnson's doing that in terms of our politics and where we're going in this country. The real issue is a pause that we need, a pause that we describe where do we take that money from and where. I think there are all sorts of ways that this can be funded, and I think, I've said, I don't rule out a national insurance. The question is the timing of it. What we're seeing now in terms of these judgment calls is they're being based for political gain. Now, of course, we're politicians and we do that for political gain, but it's not political gain for a political party. It's not a political gain for the running of the country to make it more stable. It's about one person who's frightened. He can't make up his mind. Can't make up his mind whether it's a national insurance this week or it's a pause next week or whatever. We cannot go on like that. We need to have a proper conversation and we need to see what all the options are on the table. You can't play with the NHS because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. There's no confusions about where Labour is. We're in for fair taxation. And yeah, people pay their way. People pay their way whether they're rich or powerful or not. And your party, for too long, has allowed them off the hook about paying their way. It isn't fair taxation for the rich and powerful in this country, but it seems to me that you're only interested in taxing the poor. The poor to pay for those issues, and that goes to the crux of what this is about.
Bring your...
And I think we move this issue around London. It's a London issue. It's a very important London issue.
If you can come to a close, please.
Chair, just to remind you on a point of issue. This body was set up
there's
to
no
talk
such
about
thing as a point of
holding
issue
the mayor
if
to
you could come
account
to
and to talk about matters that were important to Londoners. It's in the legislation.
Member.
Read the legislation.
Thank you.
Read the legislation.
Can I now put the motion to the Assembly? All those in favour of the motion in Assembly Member Duval's name, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the motion, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes against, Chair. That is carried.
Thank you. The next issue, the next motion to discuss is about the London living wage, and that will be proposed by Assembly Member Baker. Some order, please.
Thanks for giving me a heads up on how you're positioning on this. Thank you, Assemblyman Devonish. We're facing a cost of living crisis and the poorest in our society are going to suffer most. That's what we're hearing today. The rate of inflation has shot up in 2021. Soaring food costs and the energy bill crisis have driven inflation to 5.4% in the last 12 months to December, up from 5.1% the month before. The Bank of England expects it to reach over 7% in spring. And the last time inflation was at these levels was 20 years ago. And this is not something that we can use warm words for. We need concrete action. Londoners are going to go without heat, they're going to go without meals, and they're going to lose their homes. And in London, we feel the rising cost of living more acutely than anywhere else due to the extremely high cost of housing. Over a quarter of Londoners live in poverty after housing costs are taken into account. And paying people a decent wage is one of the most effective ways to ensuring that people can make ends meet. And COVID has demonstrated to us that so many that wage levels do not reflect the true value of crucial types of work to our society, to our city. Our care workers, our NHS support workers, our delivery drivers kept our city going, but often find themselves on the lowest wages. The government's national living wage, which is simply their old rebrand of the minimum wage, is simply not sufficient to meet the cost of living in London, and even more for younger age groups. The message this measure sends is that it's OK to pay poverty wages. The Mayor's efforts to make London a living wage city are welcome and move us in the right direction. But if the government were really on the side of workers, this April the Chancellor would raise the national living wage to be one that Londoners can truly live on.
Assembly Member Hirani to second, please.
Thank you. I'll formally second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Assembly Member McCartney.
Yes, Chair. Can I just declare that I am a Living Wage Commissioner?
Oh, certainly. So not a... yes, thank you. Of course you can. Yes, thank you. Assembly Member Bailey.
I just want to make this comment. Thank you for bringing this, because much of what you said is correct and is true. The best way to deal with poverty is definitely to have people in employment, being paid a decent wage. There's no doubt in my mind about that. I agree with that. The government has made a commitment to lift the national living wage to £9.50 in April. That change is coming. Where I have a problem with this goes back to everything that's been said in this room this morning. Where is the Mayor? Your assertion that the Mayor has made London a living wage city simply is not true. He simply is not true. If you look at the report written by the Economy Committee asking about the Good Work Standard, his main vehicle for doing that, when he was questioned in Mayor's Question Time, he had no plan to expand the use of that. When the committee wrote and said they would need a plan is needed to get more Londoners in front of the living wage, he has produced no plan. So the assertion that London is a living wage city because of the Mayor simply isn't true. You only have to look at the number of councils who are themselves not living wage on both sides of the divide. You could look at Barking and Dagenham, you could look at Merton, for instance. They're not living wage councils. Even your own party, you had an event where you recruited people and you weren't paying them the living wage. So whilst you are correct that we can do much more, we should be paying people much more, a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, you're correct. The Mayor should put his own house in order first before he starts slinging stones at everybody else. It is not fair to assert that the Mayor has made London a living wage city, because he has not. If he had made that, if that had happened, then this motion would look very different for me. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Assembly Member Desai.
Just a point of information, Barking and Dagenham is a living wage employer, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, it isn't,
and I'll
actually.
want to put that on record.
I know that.
Well, you're representing Barking and Dagenham. And of course, the other issue is that we've got to make sure that suppliers and people down the chain also pay the living wage. Yeah. But I just want to note that one of my councils, Barking and Dagenham, is a living wage employer.
Just a point of information.
Well, no, there's no such thing as a point of information. Let's move on.
To my best knowledge, it is not. We can go offline and find out.
This might have been a recent development. If we can move to now Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. And forgive me for directly quoting from a Mayor of London press release, seeing as I know the opposition love it so much. The London Living Wage rewards hard-working Londoners for their valuable contribution to the productivity and growth of the city's economy. It is a win-win scenario for the workforce and employers alike. Importantly, this isn't just about economic dividends, but the immeasurable improvement to quality of life and workplace morale, not from the current Mayor of London, but from the current Prime Minister, who was, of course, the Mayor of this wonderful city, who has in the past appeared to recognise the importance of the London living wage. So I hope that all Assembly members will also recognise the importance and support this motion.
Nicely done.
Assembly Member Baker to sum up, please.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just come in with an additional point of information? Barking and Dagenham Council introduced the highest living wage in Britain.
There is... there is... Just for future reference, just for future reference, Assembly members, there is no such thing as a point of information. It does not exist.
Maybe we should invent one.
It does not fly. It is not. It is.
All this
it doesn't happen. Assembly Member Baker, if you could sum up.
I am sort of impressed with the knots that the Conservative group are tying themselves in over the past 20 minutes or so, attempting to object to things that are perfectly reasonable. Efforts are being made to make London a living wage city within the powers that the Mayor has. The legal power lies with the government to raise the minimum wage, and that will have the biggest impact. That's what sets the floor. So please, put your party politics aside and do the right thing.
Can I now put the motion to the Assembly? All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Baker, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion, please indicate.
That is 8 against, Chair.
Thank you very much. That is carried. The next motion concerns the rise in cost of living, and that's in the name of Assembly Member Ahmed. Assembly Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm bringing this motion today to add the London Assembly's voice to this important and, in some cases, devastating issue that Londoners are facing. Inflation has reached a 30-year high, with the Bank of England expecting it to increase higher to 7% this spring. It's an eye-watering amount, and that will affect Londoners, but low-income Londoners particularly. The increase in food banks is frightening. Robert Peston this week showed that 1 million people a day go without eating once just to save money. And a reminder to this Assembly, this is Britain 2022, the 5th richest economy in the world. It was good to see that recognition was given to every person having their own inflation rate, as highlighted by campaigner Jack Munro. Following this, the ONS is changing the way it collects and reports on the cost of food prices and inflation to take into account that inflation means the poorest Londoners will pay more for food. Whilst it's really important to get this recognition and to have accurate measurements of data, we need to combine this with action to tackle poverty. The government claim that its levelling up agenda will bring prosperity to forgotten parts of the UK, but it seems to have forgotten who's been in power for the last 12 years. What ministers fail to realise is that many of the most deprived communities are in London, and that downgrading the capital's economic recovery runs against any levelling up agenda. Disappointingly, this strategy will leave Londoners out in the cold and do little to address the real poverty that exists in our communities. Whilst the levelling up agenda is a long-term plan from the government, there are immediate actions that it can take. Reinstating the £20 a week universal credit uplift and removing the benefit cap would immediately lift 70,000 children out of poverty. The Child Poverty Action Group and 30 other organisations recently highlighted that there has been a long and a profound mismatch between what those on low income have and what they actually need to get by. Government policies such as the benefit cap and benefit freeze have left many struggling. Families are still suffering from the £20 cut to universal credit last year. And though benefits will increase by 3.1% in April, inflation is projected to be 6% by then and potentially rising to 7%. This means yet another real terms cut to incomes for the poorest Londoners. Let's be clear, reinstating the universal credit uplift and removing the benefit cap will not be a silver bullet to poverty in London, but it will have an immediate impact for the lowest income Londoners at a time when prices are soaring. I therefore urge members of this Assembly to vote for this motion today and to join on the right side of history with the great charities and organisations tackling the issues of poverty, and to add our voices to their calls for immediate action to lift Londoners out of poverty.
Thank you very much. Who will be seconding that?
Chair, I'll formally second, but I'll reserve my right.
Formally for second. Thank you very. Can I just make a note of that before we go on? Assembly Member Best.
Thanks very much. And I'd like to draw attention actually first to Assembly Member Baker's point about tying yourself up in knots, and it seems that's exactly what the Labour Party opposite is doing today. You seem to ignore the fact, firstly, that the wealthiest are paying more tax than ever before. And then secondly, we've got a whole ream of measures here before us that seem to ignore the fact that everybody in this room, regardless of political affiliation, would do anything they could to help struggling people in this country. The problem is these things cost money. And whilst you say that you would increase wealth taxes, what the Labour Party is committed to do nationally at the moment is estimated to cost £94 billion. Only 34 of that billion could come from extra taxes that you've so far said. That's £60 billion left to fall on other people. And until you tell us where that money comes from, we cannot tell you that we can support this. Of course I would support those measures. Of course, if we had the money in this country to pay for it. But it's not. And until you tell us where that £60 billion comes from, we can't. And you can't talk about wanting to support those because you had the chance to ask your mayor to exempt low-income families from the ULEZ, and you sat there and you did nothing. And so now they are paying £12.50 extra a day
pay if they need to go to work and they need to drive. And that is happening to so many poor Londoners right now because of you and because you didn't want to say anything about supporting those on low incomes.
Thank you. Assembly Member Harani.
I think I'm absolutely shocked at what I just heard. Did I just hear to say that the wealthy are doing enough, and then also I think replay that back, because Londoners will feel
some order, please.
Yeah, calm down, Assembly Member Devenish. But it's shocking that's what I've heard. And at the same time, we've seen opposition to motions on the London living wage. We've seen support for the government's proposals from the Conservative groups on the national insurance rise, which does actually impact low-income earners. It doesn't touch that rise does not touch people who earn income from additional properties, for example. So it's a really punitive way of raising taxes as well. The use of food banks has rapidly been increasing since 2010. Not a coincidence that this coincides with some of the most punitive welfare changes that I think we will ever see in our lifetimes in this country. I'd like the Mayor to have more control on the cost of living as well, but we also do need more powers devolved to London Government in order to make that happen. The cost of living crisis isn't the fault of the Mayor, but the government's ideological cuts and the acceptance of low pay and inaction on inflation and energy rises. The government could make some simple changes, such as reinstating the £20 a week universal credit uplift, removing the benefit cap, which I think is something also the current Prime Minister spoke out against when he was the Mayor of this city, increasing benefits in line with inflation, universal free school meals, and also, as we mentioned earlier, raising the national living wage to the real London living wage level. All things that the GLA Conservatives have failed to support today, in particular, just in the space of a few hours. And if they really want to tackle the cost of living crisis, they should support our proposals and our motions today. Thank you.
Chair, can I make a point of personal explanation, because Assembly Member Harani presented my comments.
No such thing.
No, there is personal explanation.
There is. You may be inventing constitutional words, but I'm not. That is the thing. And so, when I said that the wealthiest are paying more tax than ever before, that is true. That doesn't mean that it's enough, but it is true, and it is true that they're paying more under this Conservative government than under any Labour government.
You used it as a justification to not support this motion, which is
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Duval, please.
Yeah, how often have you said that, Len?
Well, a member cites ULEZ as a greatest tax on people, and that we know about the tax takes or what. But actually, the impact of ULEZ on the poorest in our society through poor ill health, through poor air quality, is the very fact that we would. So how you can attack and condemn or go slow on that bears out my earlier point. The earlier point is this Conservative group, this Conservative party, does not care about the poor and the impact on the poor, whether it's through the cost of living issues or their health issues. And what's really galling is the same member gets up and lectures us on Edmonton Incinerator and all the campaigns that she joins about air quality. It's scandalous, it's hypocritical, and actually it's about time it was called out in this chamber, and that's why I've got up to say that in the way that it is, to be honest.
Assembly Member
Sorry, thank you so much for the...
I didn't
thank
name,
you so for... Yeah, you did.
Sorry.
It was quite obvious.
Sorry. Some order, please. Some order, please. I didn't hear the Assembly Member named.
Who was he talking at? If he points, who's he talking about?
No, I'm sorry. It has to be named. I'm sorry about that. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Oh, how exciting. There seems to be a theme here where on this side of the chamber the Greens and the Lib Dems fully support initiatives to support the poorest Londoners, and the Conservatives on that side of the chamber want to shoot it down all the time. If the Mayor was able to raise benefits, if the Mayor was able to get rid of the benefit cap, if the Mayor was able to reinstate universal credit for Londoners, I have no doubt that he would do that. If that's what you want to argue, if you want to put a motion in asking him to do that and for him to have the powers to do that, feel free to do that. But at this moment in time, we are asking for this motion, and I'm asking for this motion to be agreed by the Assembly as a whole. £20 a week, and I, as a mum who does the weekly shop, I've done this. I wanted to know what £20 a week can buy. That's the amount that was cut for the universal credit uplift. £20 a week can pay for a decent meal every day of the week for 4 days for a family of 4. That's the difference that it makes. And I go back to what I say earlier about the fact that over 1 million people are now not eating, not even once a day, to save money. Chair, I move this motion.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Ahmad, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 14 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 8 against, Chair.
Thank you.
Motion is carried, Chair.
The next. Oh, sorry, wrong way round. The next motion is proposed. Is about street harassment, and it's proposed in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be bringing this important motion before the Assembly today. Over 2/3 of women report having been harassed in the street at least once, and data collected by ITV showed that 41% of women in London fear for their safety after being heckled or harassed. And we live in a country where many women are not safe, whether it's at home, at work, when travelling on our transport network, or even when just walking down the street. It does start to beg the question, where are women safe? We cannot continue to perpetuate a culture where women are not and do not feel safe. And the particularly worrying thing about street harassment is that in the UK, it is not covered by any specific offence, unlike so many other European countries, including Portugal, Belgium and France. This is wrong and needs to change. A staggering nearly 500,000 people have signed the Our Streets Now petition, which calls for street harassment to be made a specific crime. And in the last year, we have seen the awful murders of Sarah Everard and Sabina Nessa, which have rocked women across London. But there have also been countless other women who have faced assault, harassment and violence in our city. This Assembly and the Mayor must play our part in building a London where women and girls feel safe on our streets, and that starts with joining the campaign to make street harassment a specific criminal offence. The Mayor has extensive and far-reaching media channels and has an important and unique role in this area as the Police and Crime Commissioner for the capital. So this motion calls on the Mayor to actively support the Our Streets Now campaign by not just signing the petition, but also sharing it through his extensive channels, as well as writing to the Home Secretary, asking her to bring forward legislation to make street harassment a crime at the earliest possible opportunity. The motion also pushes for more joined-up working between MOPAC and the Met and boroughs to ensure education on public sexual harassment is in all schools as part of their PHSE programmes, as well as working with colleges and academies across London to ensure clear harassment policies are in place. And finally, the motion pushes for the Mayor and Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime to undertake more work with organisations and groups representing and supporting trans women and black and minority ethnic women who face higher levels of violence and harassment. This work is incredibly important as we see much lower levels of reporting from women in these communities, and work needs to be done to fully understand how they can be better supported and what can be done to improve levels of reporting. I hope that all members will support this motion today to send a clear and powerful message that we stand firmly against the harassment of women on our city streets.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Bakari, would you like to second?
Thank you. I am pleased, very pleased, to be seconding this motion today. As Assembly Member Pigeon has emphasised, we are seeing a real epidemic of violence against women in our city and right across our country. Now, the answer to this is not to tell women what to do to be safer. But it is about education and making clear that we do not stand for misogynist attitudes, which so often are fuelled and led to violence that we see. Now, women do need advice on keeping safe, which often comes from... Women do not need advice on keeping safe, which often comes from men. We need to see a change of culture that normalises... we need to see a change of culture that normalises violence against us. Last year, I went on a violence against women march in Sutton and spoke to many women who just simply felt unsafe in our city streets. And how can this be right? The Liberal Democrat-run Sutton Council have decided to join the White Ribbon campaign, and so has the Met and the Fire Brigade. Now, making street harassment illegal and educating our young people on healthy attitudes is an essential step in tackling violence against women and girls. And this motion ensures that we, as an Assembly and the Mayor of London, are playing our part in this. The work of the Our Streets Now campaign is powerful and deserves our support. And I hope you will all join me and Assembly Member Pigeon in voting for this motion today.
Could I let the Assembly know that a previously circulated amendment has been withdrawn on this, so the first speaker on this will be Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I want to thank Assembly Member Pigeon for bringing this motion to the Assembly today, and Assembly Member Bukhari for seconding. I'm responding to this motion on behalf of the Labour Group, Chair, and I want to start by saying that it is right and powerful that we have heard about the lived experiences women face in the United Kingdom. It is shocking that 2/3 of women and girls in the UK have experienced unwanted sexual attention. Or 1/3 of girls experience verbal harassment at least once per month. And the vast majority of the time, it is men who are committing that harassment. Now, of course, that does not mean all men. But it does mean that if we want to tackle this issue as a society, men must also speak out, stand up, and be allies in stopping street harassment. And I and every member of the Labour Group commit to doing that. Members of the Assembly will know that I've been campaigning to ask the police to record misogynistic hate crime since 2016, when I came onto Assembly, an initiative which the Mayor and this Assembly support as well. And at this point, I would also like to say that to commend the work that Stella Creasy has been doing in Parliament to make misogyny a hate crime, misogyny recognized as a hate crime. And I hope that the government actually accept the new amendment passed by the House of Lords. I support calls to write to the Home Secretary asking her to make street harassment a specific crime. I also welcome the second ask in this motion that we tackle street harassment by working with education providers so that young men are taught that this behavior is not normal, not acceptable. We need to make sure that our schools are properly funded with manageable class sizes so the teachers have the time and space to focus on challenging misogynistic attitudes and behavior, which can then become sexual harassment. But there's fundamentally a great deal of good that MOPAC and the MAT could do by working with schools, academies, colleges to tackle sexual harassment. We must undertake that work with young men to educate them if we are to solve this problem. So the Labour Group will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Joining us remotely, Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I first want to thank the Lib Dem group for bringing this motion, this very important motion, to the Assembly. Street harassment is so prevalent, so pervasive, and so persistent that there can't be a woman on this Assembly who hasn't been hassled, threatened, or terrifyingly followed while simply walking home. So we agree that street harassment should be a specific offence as recommended by the Law Commission. And we also believe that belittling and harassing women and girls on the street is misogyny and that misogyny is a hate crime. Some of the interventions highlighted in this motion to tackle misogyny on our streets would go beyond a clampdown and work to change the inherent sexism in our society, from better education in schools to better support for victims, and particularly all women from marginalised groups when they have faced harassment and violence. This is why the Green Group completely support this motion and will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak briefly to thank the Lib Dem group for bringing this motion to the Assembly, and to break from the tradition so far today, we will be supporting this one. Obviously, as Assembly Member Russell says, we believe that now is the time, having been recommended by the Law Commission, to now go on and get this into law. As many have said today, I think there's not a woman within the Assembly that hasn't had cases of street harassment, and this is something we can all feel very deeply. I would just say as well, it is something within the LGBT community. Many also feel and experience, especially men as well. And I would also add that I think the campaign and the struggles that we hear and the stories that Our Streets Now has brought up highlights again why there is such impetus on reinstating the night tube and getting that rolling as well. And so again, I would make a call for the Mayor to push and make sure the night tube is reopened as soon as possible. But aside from that, just to thank you again and say we will be supporting this.
Where are we now? Assembly Member Best. Sorry, Assembly Member Pigeon, to sum up. Thank you.
Could I just thank all groups for their support for this motion? Look forward to us carrying this work forward.
Thank you. I would now like to put that motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion on street harassment, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next motion, which is from concerning knife crime in the black community, from Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Danger. The greatest level of danger you can expose yourself to in London is to be a member of the black community. We are the most murdered community in all of London. Knife crime offences in particular, homicides, are at a record high. A record high. We've talked about some crimes in London reducing, and statistically that is true, but not in the black community, and not particularly this. This is the hot button topic. The Mayor has done some work. Let's be clear, he has done some work on it, but it's all been ineffectual. And I don't say that out of petty point scoring, because if I'm wrong, you explain to me why we're at record levels here in London. The Mayor has also said that this is an epidemic across the country, but let's be very clear, the biggest numbers come from here in London. We are the drivers of those huge figures. I put this before you today because on 3 separate occasions I have brought this to the Mayor. Twice he dismissed me and once he laughed at me. It is no laughing matter if you're in the black community. I can tell you stories of meeting a woman sat at the skateboard park with her 22-year-old son who she will not let out of her sight because she's afraid he'll be murdered. I'll tell you a story of a 15-year-old boy who I was brought to speak to because he had been caught with a knife. And I went through all the clever things that all adults say to him. And at the end of the conversation, he stood up, he said, "Thanks for coming to see me, but I want you to know this, Mr. Bailey. We live with murderers in our midst." That's what he said. It wiped out all the good advice I'd given him because he is correct. So when I'm asked to take the Labour amendment, I'm unfortunately going to have to say no. Because this amendment tries to make sure the Mayor bears no responsibility. And a quote from this Mayor, this is his job. His job is the safety of Londoners. He has told us on a number of occasions that is his #1 task. Well, let's ask him to do it. I won't bother to tell you the government's giving him extra money. It isn't about the government. You can make it about the government if you want. But right here, right now, in this chamber, it's about 3 things. Protecting the most murdered community in all of Europe. Getting the Mayor to do his job. And us around this table doing something meaningful. The old trope that it's about unemployment, disadvantage, poverty. We know that, but other communities have equally, if not higher measures of all of those things. Something wicked, something special, something uniquely bad is going on in the black community, we implore you, we need help.
You're approaching time,
we
please.
need help. This is your chance to make sure that help is delivered by the person whose job it is. He is the Police and Crime Commissioner for London. Let's ask him to do his job.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Keith to second. Prince.
Yes, I do so second and reserve my right.
Well, he's the only Assembly Member Keith, so that's fair enough.
I've been called far worse.
Yes, Assembly Member by me, actually. Assembly Member Moema to propose an amendment.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for bringing this motion. So I'm moving the amendment that that's before you, and I just wanted to say that in no way is the intention behind the amendment to remove any responsibility from the Mayor of London or the Metropolitan Police Commissioner to deal with crime in the capital, but instead it gives a realistic framework for how we tackle those issues that are the underpinnings of the causes of or the drivers of knife crime within the black community specifically. And I think where I do disagree with you, I'm going to actually talk about very specifically about systemic racism, and I actually, the part of this is about refuting some of the points that you have said. I do not believe that black Londoners, that there is anything criminal inherently within those communities. It is about the systemic racism that permeates our society. There are issues within the school system, within the employment system, where those people entering the jobs market are are at greater risk of being unemployed. There's 3 times the level of unemployment within the black community, 4 times the number of unemployment for people who are black graduates, and it's just inherent within our society that those black Londoners are treated worse off. And the fundamentals of this, the reason why I think the Mayor, I appreciate you both have a history, but the reason why the Mayor has come back on those responses is because those, and we have talked about welfare, about universal credit, about the universal credit uplift. Those neighbourhoods, all of those cuts have happened, the 60% cuts have happened that those black Londoners rely on are blacker and they are poorer neighbourhoods. They are neighbourhoods like the ones in my constituency. They are neighbourhoods like the ones in many other parts of, not exclusively, but primarily those of the London Assembly members on the Labour benches here. Seats, sorry, wrong house. And I think it's really, really important to think about that in terms of the levelling up agenda that we talk about, the way in which those communities have been impacted. When we make these speeches, it's not about point scoring against the Conservatives. It's about reflecting the needs of the communities that we represent in mind. And as to the specifics of the motion, what you're asking for, it asks for a commission, and I do respect that. I think we need to also be mindful of the fact that many commissions and reviews have been called by the government and have been commissioned. So, for example, the 27 Lamia review, we've had the McGregor-Smith review, we had the United Nations review in 2018, which they used the word that they were appalled in which institutional racism so pervaded British society that it was just accepted that those of African heritage had worse life chances, and there were specific references in those documents to crime. And the reason that we want to widen it out is because we do need to have a whole system approach. We need the Home Office and the police to really look at how Londoners are policed, and likewise the education system to make sure that we really address those issues around exclusions and skilling black Londoners up.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Desai to second.
Yes, Chair. Actually, I will speak now, because I just want to add emphasis to what Assemblymember Moema said. I want to thank Assemblymember Moema for bringing forward this amendment, and I want to explain why it is so important that we pass this amended motion. I think the Assembly is at its best, and I think you often say this, Chair, when it engages, when we work together, and when we engage with the work that the Mayor is doing, scrutinise proposals, and bring the perspectives and voices of London forward. But I worry that on this occasion, the Conservative group, looking at the initial motion and hearing their speeches, seem to be unaware of that work. I do welcome the work of Assembly Member Bailey in highlighting this issue, and it is an incredibly important issue. But we should not ignore the work that the Mayor has done through setting up England's first violence reduction unit. In December, the Mayor released a study on the causes of violent crime, which highlighted poverty, deprivation and unemployment as the main issues. And as the Director of the Violence Reduction Unit, Liv Packer, said, that they are working with a behavioural insights team to review the events that happened shortly before each homicide, to look at how we can intervene and prevent the loss of life. And there's a part of me which I must be honest about, which questions the validity of yet another study or establishing another commission into these issues. Look, colleagues, it was about 50 years ago the late Professor Stuart Hall was writing about the issues that we are talking about today, issues of race, policing, crime, in his seminal book, Policing the Crisis. We've had studies by the government, a study in this area just last year by academics from the University of London and Manchester, called Knife Crime and Trust in Police with Young People in East London. The government's own study last year came out, aiding the work of the Commission on Racial Disparity and the Racial Disparity Unit, again talking about ethnic disparities and involvement in crime. So we know the issue. It's to do with poverty, which disproportionately impacts black Londoners. It is to do with county lines, that's why it's a national issue, and a drugs-based economy, which means some black Londoners that grow up in our most deprived communities too often have gangs grooming them into violent crime after that kind of closures to youth club. It is to do with unequal outcomes. So I do not highlight this condition of discriminatory anyway. I do say, got to tackle this motion. We're talking of institutional racism here, structural racism here, and that is what we, the Labour Group and the London Mayor, are out to do.
Thank you. Just to say, all those members who are running over time, the end of your speeches is missed because I'm reminding you to not run over time, and it's actually missed. So please try to keep to the appropriate time. If possible. Time left, thank you. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. Every murder that happens in our city is a violent and brutal loss. They're sometimes presented as shocking one-off events, but they leave lasting trauma in whole communities. It should be neither inevitable nor acceptable that so many people are murdered in London. And as the motion notes, there is a shocking disproportionality in victims of homicide. From 2005 to 2020, there were 2,140 homicides in London. And during this time, black people of any age were far more likely to be victims of homicide than any other ethnic group, on average nearly 4 times as likely. This is completely unacceptable, and we need to do more to reduce the harm that black Londoners are experiencing. And to do this, we need to take a public health approach and invest in prevention to tackle it. And that's why the Green Group will be supporting the amendment to the motion, and will be voting for the amended motion if that passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you. It's very hard to keep to time when we don't all have clocks or our standby goes on our screen, so mine hasn't reset, so apologies. We really welcome this motion today. The disproportionate impact of knife crime on black Londoners is stark, particularly young black men, and we do need to do more. And although we feel some of the commentary is unnecessary, we do also support the amendment, as this is an issue where the Mayor and Government must work together to tackle wider systemic prejudices that contribute to the disproportionality we see in violent crime figures. Knife crime cannot be looked at in a silo, and the trust and confidence black Londoners have in the police is an important factor behind the knife crime statistics as well. The latest data from the Met Stop and Search dashboard shows that in 2021, despite only making up around 13% of the population, black Londoners accounted for 36.2% of the stop and searches undertaken. We think this no doubt has an impact on how comfortable black Londoners feel engaging and approaching the police, and it's why Assembly Member Bakari and I will continue to push for an end to suspicionless stop and search in London. And despite the Mayor launching his action plan to increase transparency, accountability and trust in the police, it's not clear what progress has been made in that area. And furthermore, whilst we passionately support the principle of a violence reduction unit, and I've no doubt that there's some good work going on, you know, the absence of robust and transparent performance framework for that unit, which was set up over 2.5 years ago, is simply unacceptable. How on earth can we understand what is working, what interventions we should be focusing on if we don't have that framework in place? So we think a joint commission to look at knife crime affecting the black community between the Mayor and the government is essential here. And this is beyond party politics. It's an issue that all levels of government must unite around. And we therefore support the amended motion.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member McCartney.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to be brief, and it's just to reassure Assembly Member Bailey that this amendment is made with very good intentions. And it's trying to just to say that both regional and national parties have to work together to actually tackle some of the deep-rooted issues that we all know exist, not only in our city but across the country. And I think we saw when Amber Heard was Home Secretary that she recognised this and she instituted the Serious Violence Task Force, and there was a big hurrah around that. And I think a lot of us thought, finally, government is going to meet with us and there's going to be some action on this. That task force, I think, only met once or twice before it was disbanded. So I think this joint approach is a real nudge to government to say, look, we want to work with you. We can achieve so much better working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to speak with the passion that Assembly Member Bailey has spoken with. I think it's regrettable, actually, that the parties haven't really come together quite on this particular motion, because I think, listening to all contributions, we do, at our very heart, actually agree with the principle and with the thoughts behind this motion. For me, there are some good points in the amendment, and that's something that perhaps we would have liked to have taken on board, but a lot of it really is an essay on trying to big up the Mayor. And let's be perfectly blunt, he hasn't really done a great job, has he, so far? And yes, we accept that he has set up different bodies and has put money into these issues, but again, we haven't seen any outcomes. And as actually I thought Assembly Member Pidgeon put very, very well, we're not really getting much accountability on it, we're not getting much transparency, which I think we would all welcome. And if they are doing such a great job, then let's hear about it. And, you know, we can help them, because our committees, I like to think our committees, try and make a constructive contribution to how this Assembly and how this wonderful city of ours works. So, unfortunately, we will have to oppose the amendment because it just doesn't get to the crux of the matter. But at the end of the day, this is about us supporting and finding a way of preventing the deaths of hundreds of young people and our most vulnerable young people in this situation. So I urge you to support our motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just, before I ask for the sum-ups on the amendment and the motion, remind people that the motion has got a very tiny textual amendment to it, and that you're aware of that. Assembly Member Moema, if you'd like to sum up on the amendment, please.
Yeah, I'm actually, just to say that I didn't say anything of what I had intended to say in my first bit, but I won't do that now. But I just wanted to thank the Liberal Democrats and the Greens for their support. I do take on board the points that have been raised about further scrutiny that can happen potentially in the Police and Crime Committee, about the efficacy of that public health approach in the VRU. I'm looking forward to doing that. I think that's been discussed at the last PCC. But what I would say is that the intentions around the amendment are to really make sure that we are reflecting that wider need for identifying not just the issue, but the wider drivers of the issue. And there are deep-seated, long-standing societal issues why we do have a higher death rate within the black community. And I'm really determined, for as long as I'm an Assembly member here, and I'm sure others will be, that we are really making sure that we're tackling those and are being robust and finding solutions by finding those where those issues exist in the first place. So I make no apologies for talking about systemic racism and tackling poverty as ways to address that. I take on board the other points being made about how we also need to look at the way in which those communities are policed so that to increase trust and confidence.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey to sum up on the motion.
Let me start by thanking all of the Assembly members who've made a contribution. I want to start with Assembly Member McCartney. I particularly was touched by what you said, but of course that's what you've said. It's not the actions in which the Mayor has carried out. If his actions were in the same vein as the way you spoke, my amendment, my motion would say something very, very different, and so would your amendment. Just to say to Assembly Member Moem, you are correct to talk about structural racism and all of the things linked to that. But of course, none of us know what particularly goes on in London because there's never been a particular study about what's going on in London. And I say to Assembly Member Desai, you talked about all the studies that have gone on. Some of those studies are 50 years old. I'd argue that the situation has changed now. And if a commission is such a waste of time, why are we having one on drugs? Is it because it's more popular in the polls? Maybe, I don't know. But if it's right to have a look at the drug situation in London, it is 100% right to have a look at the knife crime situation in the black community. Our children are being murdered on the street. I was born in this city. It's changed what it is to be a black person. If someone catches my eye on a tube, they look the other way. Why is that? This is worse than it was dealing with the NF. This is madness. Our children are being murdered. My son is 12 years old. We're beginning to have conversations about me always hanging around with him. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be like that. The point I want to make, yes, this is beyond politics, but we do need to look at it. And I would have loved to accept your amendment, but it tries to make the Mayor not responsible. He will tell you it's his first job. He will tell you it's his first job, and the stats will tell you that he has failed. I'm not telling you that. The stats are telling you that. Black Londoners are telling you that. White Londoners are telling you that. We've got to get our Mayor to do more. I will join you all day long in asking the government to do more. But right here, right now, the first job of the Mayor as Police and Crime Commissioner of this fair city is to keep people safe. Again, you will be judged.
Please bring...
Assembly Member Cole, to use those words, I repeat these words to you. You will be judged on what you do now. Black Londoners are living in fear. Please come to a close,
Assembly Member, please. Thank you. I'll now put the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Moema to the Assembly. All those in favour of the amendment, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4. 14 in favour, Chair.
All those against the amendment, please indicate.
That is 8 votes against, Chair. That amendment is carried.
I'll now put the amended motion to the Assembly. All those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would now like to vary the order of business and bring item 9 to be discussed now with the consent of the Assembly.
Agreed.
Nobody violently against that. Good. So I'll just have to find the bits I have to read. So I've been informed of one item which I have admitted to the agenda as urgent business in accordance with section 100B4 of the Local Government Act 1972, namely an urgent motion. A report has been circulated to Assembly members by way of a supplementary agenda. Under Standing Order 3.12, I now invite the proposer of the motion, Assembly Member Tony Devonish, to make a statement of up to 1 minute in length as to why the Assembly should consider this urgent motion. Assembly Member Devonish.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope nobody would disagree that crime in London and policing has reached a crisis. And last Friday evening at 6 o'clock, Mr. Calm put out a press release, which he basically repeated yesterday, where he said, and I quote, "The Commissioner is on notice." I don't know what that means. I'm not sure if you know what that means, and I believe we have to have a debate on that and a motion now.
Thank you very much. Do members agree to consider the motion in accordance with Standing Order? Is that by acclamation? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the urgent motion, and I invite Assembly Member Devenish to propose it.
Thank you to members for agreeing to hear this motion. Chairman, there is little doubt that policing in London has reached a crisis. While the media obsessed with another case of political accountability in the country, this Assembly should focus on the buck stops with the individuals we are charged with holding to account, namely the Met Commissioner, the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for Policing. My motion does not necessarily criticise Mr Khan for it appears to finally be losing his patience with the Commissioner, but it calls on Mr Khan to clearly explain what he meant by his comments sneaked out at 6 o'clock on a Friday evening on a press release, and then, when nobody really picked it up, repeated yesterday on the Today programme. Many of you may not know that this morning the Commissioner actually responded on BBC London when she fought back and basically said she did not agree. But what we need to do is get the Commissioner and the Mayor to actually define what on notice actually means. Yesterday, his staff, or he, added or inferred that she would maybe gone within days or weeks. Again, it's not clear what the process is. We need to be without doubt clear of what he is saying. Now, clearly, we can all agree, I'm sure, the Met senior leadership team is visibly struggling with the culture of the Met. That's putting it politely. But I think Mr Khan needs to do less emoting, less press releasing and more leading. He is the Mayor, he is London's Police and Crime Commissioner, and I'm not sure why the Labour group don't seem to like this on my motion, he's been there for nearly 6 years. We know the unacceptable drip, 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 drip of scandals. We all know all the names so off the top of our head, I don't even need to read them out. But in terms of that as well, there's major issues in terms of crime overall is going up, particularly burglary, fraud and robbery, but confidence in the police is going down. And I do believe, my points earlier, I'm not trying to have a go at the Labour group. Yes, we can lobby the government on X, Y and Z. Many of the things you raise I totally support. But our main job, surely, is to scrutinise and keep Londoners safe. So please vote for the motion. 48% of Londoners have found they no longer support Sadiq Khan in YouGov poll 2 weeks ago. He knows the reason why he's doing this to the Commissioner. We need a debate and we need clarity in that debate.
Thank you. Can I emphasise to the Assembly that this is an altered version of the original motion that may have been circulated. It's substantially smaller than the original one. Assembly Member Rogers, would you like to second?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Assemblymember Devenish for proposing this motion and for the Assembly in recognising its urgent nature. I'm grateful for the opportunity to second the motion, but I wish the motion wasn't necessary. I served as a Met Police Special Constable. I come from a policing family, and I grew up listening to my grandfather's stories of his service in the Ministry of Defence Police. So as you can imagine, I was brought up to respect the police and to revere the British tradition of policing by consent. The day I passed out as a Special Constable remains one of the proudest of my life, so I take this personally. Policing by consent relies on the trust and support of the public, and tragically in London that trust is ebbing away amongst every demographic. And whether it's the awful Sarah Everard case or the serious failings around the Stephen Port investigations, Londoners want reform in the Met. And I know from my own conversations that no one feels this as keenly as individual police officers themselves. Now, London needs to see its mayor front and centre on this, leading the charge to find solutions. But his response thus far, I'm afraid, is passive and lacklustre. He repeatedly says that he will hold the Met to account on these issues, but that in itself is not enough. Accountability, of course, is vital, but Londoners expect more from their mayor. As Tony says, he is the Police and Crime Commissioner for London. The buck stops with him. He needs to rise to the occasion, to own the problem, to publish his plan to resolve these desperate issues. One of my political heroes, Fiona LaGuardia, who's a former mayor of New York City, he used to say, "If a sparrow dies in Central Park, I feel responsible." That's the attitude that Londoners deserve from their mayor. But on this most pressing of issues, he needs to do much, much more. And I beg you to support this motion.
Thank you. Actually run quite a bit over time there. Never mind. We have an amendment proposed by Assembly Member Desai. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. I was hoping that our amendment would have been accepted. For the sake of a few words, 12 to be precise, we are having this debate. And the part that we take objection to is that there's this implication, well, direct, I would say, in the motion that this problem of the mass canteen culture only started with this mayor coming into office. So let me, because of time, I'll come straight to the point. Passive and lackluster is, that's what Assembly Member Rogers says about Mayor Sadiq Khan's record office. Let me tell you what he has done. He has asked the Commissioner to drop a program for reforming the culture in the Met and restore confidence in the force within a matter of weeks. Following the murder of Sarah Everard, the Mayor wrote to the Home Secretary to ask her to work with the Met Police and Commissioner to restore public trust and deal with wider reports of deep-seated cultural problems in the Met. In that letter, it is also clear that a response on a similar scale to that scene following the murder of Stephen Lawrence was needed. Number 3, following this, the Met announced Baroness Casey's independent review that will look into the wider culture of the Met Police, issues of misogyny, sexism, racism, homophobia, as well as thoroughly examining recruitment, vetting, training, leadership, and standards of behavior amongst officers and staff. The Mayor is supporting this work. And fourthly, the Mayor is also working to improve the mass culture and practices in other areas through his action plan launched in 2020 to address issues of disproportionality, particularly affecting black Londoners. £1.7 billion in training police officers around the issues of race. And the Stephen Port murders that are referred to, he's called the inspectorate to look at the failures of policing that led to the tragic death of the 4 young men. But let's put this debate in a historical context. I've observed the politics of policing in London over 4 decades. I've seen police commissioners going back to David McNee in the late 70s. I know a lecturer, personally know a lecturer called John Fernandez, who was lecturing at Hendon in 1982, wanted to introduce racism as a training component of your professional training courses. He got a sack. The radical Ken Livingstone administration of the old GLC started attempts to tackle the mass police culture. We had the landmark McPherson report. Various mayors have come and gone. They've all tried to tackle the issue of the mass canteen culture. We are not saying there aren't problems right now. Of course there are problems. We accept that this culture has not been tackled effectively. What I want to make it very clear, and that is why I'm putting this amendment forward, that the problem of the deep-seated problem of mass canteen culture did not start in 2016. And that is why I was hoping that Assembly Member who proposed, Tony Devonish, would have accepted amendment. For the sake of 12 words, we are having this unnecessary debate. But this amendment has got to be put the whole issue of the mass canteen culture in a historical context going back more than 50 years.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Duval to second the amendment. Thank you very much. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to thank the Conservative group for this motion. It's an important one and one behind which I hope we can all unite. I have to say I'm pleased to see the Mayor taking a much stronger line on the performance of the Commissioners, who is, of course, the head of the Met Police, something I have been increasingly concerned about for some time now. Both the Commissioner and indeed the Mayor need to face up to their record on policing over the last 6 or so years. And as of June 2017, MOPAC's own data shows confidence in the police in London was at 69%, and yet now it stands at just 52%. Damning. And these figures are coupled with high-profile and just awful cases and criticisms we've seen of the Met Police in recent months. A charge of institutional corruption, to which they have still not responded. The inquest into Stephen Port's murders, which contains significant criticisms of the Met. And whilst the Met may well be filled with committed and dedicated officers, we have seen increasing reports of serious misconduct over recent months. Things such as taking photos of murder victims, attempting to engage in sexual activity with a child, stealing drug money, assault and rape, and of course the tragic events around Sarah Everard. The leadership of the Met have got to take ownership for this, and the buck stops with the Commissioner and the Mayor as the Police and Crime Commissioner. And we heard this morning, we were commenting, Assemblymember Bakari and I, how open the Fire Commissioner was about the cultural issues in the Fire Brigade. We are not seeing that, in my view, from the Met. The Mayor needs to be clear to this Assembly and all Londoners, what does he mean by putting the Commissioner on notice, and give us a full and detailed plan with timescales for tackling these cultural issues. We know Baroness Casey's review is ongoing, but there are actions that can be taken now. We need to understand what those are, and hope members will support this motion.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. Under the leadership of the current Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, a continuous stream of scandals has been exposed. These scandals have shaken Londoners' trust. Sorry, I can hear quite a lot of talking going on. These scandals have shaken Londoners' trust in the police to the core and shown that the Met, in its current form, seems unfit for purpose. The Met's continued disproportionate use of its powers against Black Londoners has damaged the relationship with London's Black communities. The failings in the investigation into the murders of Anthony Woolgate, Gabriel Kavari, Daniel Whitworth and Jack Taylor has damaged the relationship with London's LGBTQ+ communities. The Met's disgraceful sharing of photos of murdered sisters Bieber Henry and Nicole Smallman, and the shocking canteen culture at Charing Cross Police Station, revealed by the recent IOPC report, has damaged the relationship with women and everyone in London. And the finding of the Daniel Morgan Independent Panel that the Met is institutionally corrupt, and the deception, kidnap, rape and murder of Sarah Everard by a serving Met police officer severely damaged the trust that all Londoners have in the police. Change is needed for us to have a police service that works in the best interests of Londoners. It needs to be an absolute mission in policing to bring this frankly disgusting and hateful culture to an end. Responsibility sits with the Commissioner and the Mayor, who together should have rooted this out years ago. Real leadership over the last 6 years would have shown that this behaviour and these actions are completely unacceptable, and that's why the Green Group will support this motion today.
Thank you very much. Apologies for you hearing my discussions about who's next. That's my bad, as they say. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with all the comments earlier. I would point out that it's very difficult for colleagues over there to include their mayor in various things that we put forward, and often you won't and you don't. But this is a very important motion. We need to know what the mayor meant when he said what he did. The reason I've actually got on my feet is to also say this. The amount of officers that have done something shocking is a very, very small proportion of our Metropolitan Police Service. The vast majority of our police officers are brave, are hardworking, and I can only imagine how all of this is affecting them. They're still getting up, going to work. All of this, they are as ashamed of those officers as the rest of us are, and we must bear that in mind. While we're knocking, if you like, the Metropolitan Police Service for very good reasons and for asking those questions, we must never forget that, thank God, the vast majority, the innocent ones in all this, are still going out. They're still keeping us safe, and they're having to listen to these terrible things that, as I say, they're as ashamed of as the rest of us. So we must all bear that in mind when we use our words, because I would hate it to be reflected on the entire police service, because it is not the police officers that I know and I've worked with for years. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Duval, please.
I very much welcome those comments by Assembly Hall, because in passing this motion, I'm not undermining the police service. I'm not undermining the police management. I want them to get it right. I want them to get it right, and I want to get their responses right. My approach to policing has always been with tough love, because we all need the police service to be effective, we need to be responsible, we need it to be engaging, we don't need to see it retreat. And I think what we have seen over the past years, and it does go beyond, are the only issues. I don't mind the Mayor being held to account. Many of you heard me holding the Mayor to account on policing issues. I don't mind that, but there is something wrong that in terms of some of the cultures that we thought we'd left behind have not been left behind. And we can all mention those in different ways. So I'm not saying the Mayor shouldn't be able to account. And by doing that, I'm focusing on what the senior management could do. But we need to provide leadership. We need to provide leadership. The Mayor needs to provide leadership. Government needs to provide leadership. And that's what I think we're trying to do with this motion. So we may come at it from different ways, but I think we're trying to do that. And I welcome the motion, and I thank you for those that have put it forward. Our amendment just says that. And the reason why, because there has been a lot of Mayor bashing, but that's politics and where it is. But it's not to escape scrutiny of it. The Mayor needs to stand up and defend his position. For far too long now, I think the police, this defensiveness and some of the cultural issues, some of the responses I've begun to feel uncomfortable with. I am a defender of the police and defender of police officers who have to go about in a very complex world. But what we can't have is mixed messages. We can't have some of the issues of taking their time over issues and not explaining why those times are. You just have to follow Partygate issue. Look, it's not a question whether there should have been action brought against them. It's an ongoing investigation. The question is, we should have cleared up very early. Was there an investigation or wasn't there an investigation? Not let it drag on and not let it interfere with different processes and reports that were going on. For me, political. It's not political interference. Politicians do oversee, because we police by consent, on behalf of the citizens, do oversee policing in this country. What we avoid is the dodginess of any of that overseeing. What we want to see is an effective police service. And that means everyone getting up and saying, well, actually, why didn't we sort out some of the issues about institutional corruption? Why didn't we sort out a better investigation into Stephen Porter? And this motion is important that we go forward together, wherever we've come from, to make sure that we get some answers to this issue, because we can't carry on in the way that it's gone on.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I'd now like to ask Assembly Member Devenish to sum up.
Assembly Member Desai first, Chair.
Oh, I do apologise. Assembly Member Desai, if you wanted to sum up.
Yeah, we can't carry on like this, as Assembly Member Duval said. Look, it's extremely serious issues, and it's not about party, political point scoring, or I, as a Labour Assembly member, having to defend the Labour Mayor. I've already spoken about his record. When I heard the evidence given to us by Daniel Morgan's brother, can I say that I've never heard such damning criticism of a public servant when it was criticizing the Commissioner in my 26 years as a public representative. Of course, things like that move me. They move all of us. But, and I'm not going to repeat what I said earlier, this problem of the mass canteen culture, the issues of institutional racism, sexism, homophobia are deep-rooted. They go back over years. I talked about the old Ken Livingstone when he was leader of the GLC in 1982. He and his administration set up a police committee support unit to start tackling issues that we are talking about today. I actually worked for a police supporting group funded by Ken Livingstone's GLC police committee. We've had various mayors. I'm not going to blame them for not getting rid of this problem completely. They've all made efforts. The mayor before Mayor Khan, Ken Livingstone when he was elected a mayor as well. What I want to do is repeat the point that these problems did not start in May 2016. The current mayor has made great strides in trying to tackle these deep-seated issues, tackling the so-called Dutch canteen culture, and that has got to be acknowledged. But we've got to work together, and that is why I think he has had enough. He's put the Met on the Commissioner on notice. And that's why it's perfectly legitimate to ask him what exactly he means by that, to urgently publish a plan of action. And I think he's already said that it's a question of weeks rather than months. And instructing the Met to MPs to work on an anonymous whistleblower policy that protects police officers and staff who come forward with serious concerns. In fact, the use of the Met's anonymous whistleblowing line actually has dropped. I think it was my inquiries with the Met that showed a drop in police officers failing to report issues that concern them. So,
you're now over time,
to accept the amendment.
Please, thank you. Assembly Member Devenish to sum up on the motion.
Thank you. Well, I agree with everything that has been said. I'm afraid I can't agree with the 6-year point, but everything else that's been said by all members I totally agree with. Look, it's very simple. The Mayor has a choice. He has to back the Commissioner or sack the Commissioner. You can't undermine the Commissioner. I've spoken to so many police officers over the last weekend. I obviously have Charing Cross Police Station within my constituency. Most of the coppers there, like across London, are law-abiding, decent, hard-working and very brave. And I totally agree with what Susan Hall said. We can't allow the Mayor to distract what needs to be done here. He has to make a decision. Back the Commissioner or sack the Commissioner. This is too important. This isn't politics. This is about the safety of all Londoners. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask all those in...
Chair, I think we should not forget the role of the Home Secretary in all this as well.
We've got an amendment in front of us in the name of Assembly Member Desai. All those in favour of that amendment, please indicate.
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favour, Chair.
All those against the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, Chair, lost count. Long day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against. That's a tie, Chair. Were you minded to use your additional cast?
Yes, I'll vote against the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. So that's 11 against, 4 in favour, so that amendment falls.
Now, if I could put the main motion to the Assembly, all those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair, in favour of the amendment as altered but not as amended.
Thank you. So that's the conclusion of the motions. That finishes item 9. If we can now go back to item 5 on the agenda, which is the GLA Group Corporate Governance Framework Agreement. The Assembly is recommended to note the report and to agree to sign up to the revised Greater London Authority Group Framework Agreement as set out in Appendix 1 to the report, noting that the framework agreement is subject also to approval by the Mayor. Can we agree the recommendation?
No.
You want to vote on that?
No, I'd like to vote on that. I'm going to vote against that.
Okay. All those in favour, can we indicate, please, of that?
An Assembly member has requested a vote by hands.
Yeah. So all those in favour, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 1 against, Chair.
Thank you. The next item is the public sector audit appointments. The Assembly has recommended jointly with the Mayor to approve the acceptance of the public sector audit appointments invitation to opt into the national scheme for the appointment of external auditors from the 1st of April 2023 for a 5-year period, subject to assurances that their assessment of quality includes an ability to ensure that audits are signed off by the target date. Can we agree the recommendation? We now come to item 7, action taken under delegated authority. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recent action taken by me as Chair in deciding to hold a confirmation hearing for the proposed appointment of Seb Dance as Deputy Chair of Transport for London, where the candidate was asked to provide a CV and supporting statement. Thank you. Date of next meeting. I beg your pardon. Assembly Member Desai.
If you have any other business, can I just draw something to your attention and to the attention of colleagues? And this is the abuse of of his cat by the West Ham footballer Kurt Zouma. Of course, West Ham is in my constituency, but this is an issue that aroused great concern, to put it mildly, nationally and internationally. I'll be very brief, Chair, because I'm going to ask you to do something. West Ham will now take an action. They will not allow the player. I'll set a similar page, and please hear me out. This is an issue where 150,000 people have signed a petition calling for police action against this footballer.
I'd ask you to finish quickly, if you could.
West Ham have now said they will not be playing the football of the weekend. A bit slow for my liking. He has been fined 2 weeks' wages, but the RSPC are now looking at this matter. Chair, can I ask you, on behalf, I hope, on all colleagues, to write to the RSPCA to express our deep concerns and to the club as well?
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm happy to do that. My cat would expect it of me.
Love your cat. Thank you.
Can we, so the date of, sorry.
I do apologise, Chair. Could we delegate authority to you formally to write that letter in consultation with group
I shall
leaders
do
and
so.
the Deputy Chair? Thank you, Chair.
Right, we're not there yet. We're not there
Can
yet.
we pick up the use of procedures like that, because that's an
It's-
inappropriate use of any other business?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, you just didn't follow it, Umesh. So the date of the next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 24th of February 2022 in the Chamber at City Hall. This meeting will be principally to consider and debate the final draft consolidated budget for the GLA Group for 2022-23. And with that, it's now at an end. Thank you.